Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing. Testing, testing. Good morning and welcome to Banks Homes Riverside for the Metro Bank One Day Cup fixture between Durham women and Lancashire women. Play will commence at 11:15. Durham have won the toss and will bowl. We're delighted to welcome our supporters here today and Lancashire's supporters, players and officials. Thank you to our sponsors, Banks Homes, Seat Uni, eBank, Aztec, Dapperbet and Bowden Wines for their continued valued support. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. If you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence, in person or anonymously, by emailing edi@durhamcricket.co.uk. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in raising the game. Here are the teams for today's match. Durham women, Emma Marlowe, Talia Wilson, who will keep wicket, Holly Armitage, the captain, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Sophia Turner, Lauren Filer and Katie Levin. And the Lancashire women's team, Eve Jones, Emma Lamb, Gabby Lewis, Seren Smale, Fee Boris, Ellie Threlkeld, the captain and wicketkeeper, Ailsa Lister, Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, Tara Norris and Grace Potts. The umpires for today's match are Gabby Brown and Simon Winner. The match referee is Alex Swan and the scorers are Graham Madison and Keith Telford.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for the first Metro Bank One Day Cup clash between Durham and Lancashire here. The two women's teams ready to get started. We've had a delayed start this morning. The ground staff have done incredibly well to get us ready for any play at all this morning, let alone we were due to start at 11. That got pushed back to 11:15, and you can just see on the left-hand side of your screen the players have come down the steps and we're just about ready for some play. News from the toss is that Durham have won the toss and elected to bowl first. And the Durham team is as follows. We have Emma Marlowe, Talia Wilson on debut, the overseas player. She'll also be keeping wicket. We've got Captain Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Sophia Turner, Lauren Filer and Katie Levick. And it's good morning from me, Ash Thorpe, and with me, Polly Starkey. And Polly, you can take us through the Lancashire lineup.
Opening the batting, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. Gabby Lewis is the overseas player for Lancashire. Seren Smale, Ellie Threlkeld and Fee Morris in next, with Elsa Lister, Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston, Tara Norris and then Grace Potts at number 11.
Super lineups for both sides, and personally I'm excited for today's match. When I heard the other day that the ECB were thinking of not letting their players play this round, I was really disappointed, and I think it's a great spectacle and a great sight for the women's game to have those England players and those around the England squads in. So we've got Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston and Lauren Filer, but also the likes of Maddie Villiers and people like that around. Just, we want to grow this competition and want to see the best players playing, Polly.
Yeah, it's a very, very busy summer for, the domestic players, but particularly those internationals. So that includes as well the Scotland and Ireland players who are going to be at the Home World Cup here in England. So, it's going to be a busy one. So it's nice to see some availability across the country for those England players. But we're very well aware that that's probably a short-term thing. And certainly come May when the internationals start up, they'll be whisked off to England camps. So it's nice to see them now on a cold day in Chester Street. From the Lumley end is where the bowling is going to open, and it's going to be Sophia Turner of Durham opening the bowling. We've got Eve Jones to face the first ball, Emma Lamb at the non-strikers end. And as we mentioned, a bit of rain this morning, but it's cleared up nicely, and we trust that the forecast shows some improvement as Turner's throw a run up the first ball of the season, and it starts with a dot.
A little bit of swing there early, wasn't there? Nice bit of shape.
Yeah, good conditions for it. Got Talia Wilson keeping for Durham on debut. I'm excited to see her, and was very happy to see that she'd signed fresh off her Australia debut, which was only about 2 weeks ago in the Caribbean.
Yeah, big change coming from the Caribbean to here.
Turner, and again, this one worked away by Jones, but won't be able to pick up a run. Yeah, big contrast from what looked like a very sunny, I think they were in St Kitts for a bit. Looked very nice weather.
And a big opportunity for Talia Wilson in that Australian setup. You've obviously seen the retirement of Alyssa Healy. Beth Mooney still going strong though.
Turner once again guided really nicely by Eve Jones. Catherine Fraser running round on the boundary to do the fielding, and Lancashire will get off the mark with a single. Yeah, I think it's also quite clever, Talia Wilson coming over here with the knowledge of the World Cup happening in a couple of months. You never know when injuries may crop up, or also, being included in the wider squad. So I think it's good for her to be over here, get used to the conditions, and be kind of one of those available players, so to speak. Emma Lamb just marking a guard, ready to face her first ball of the game. Turner in again from the Lumley end. Slight tap and attempt to run by Lamb, but she'll go back and it'll be a dot ball.
Sun just trying to break through here in what's been an extremely dull and wintry morning.
Yeah, it's nice to see a bit of sun. It's been lovely weather up here all week, and then suddenly as we've got a bit of cricket with the women's season starting, the weather turns. Turner in again, driven by Lamb. Will go straight to a fielder, but they'll scramble through for one. Slight misfield.
Holly Armitage taking up her usual station in the covers.
Yeah, we can see a big pile of sawdust next to the wicket, so we anticipate it's probably quite wet out there. Turner through action again, and this one really nice from Eve Jones. It's racing towards the boundary. It should be 4, and it will be. First boundary of the day for Lancashire. And a brilliant drive by Eve Jones.
It was a nice shot. I like the fact that Turner's trying to get the ball up there and let it swing, but that was well met there by the left-hander, easing it through. Not a big gap either in the covers. And Jones picking up her first boundary. Six without loss after the first. I'm just having a look there. Looks like it is have a reduction in 48 overs per side. So, and something that all Durham fans will be really happy to see. Lauren Filer, obviously in her second season up here in the northeast, hasn't got on the park probably as much as she would have liked or as much as Durham fans would have liked, but we're absolutely over the moon. And she was probably the example that I was looking at when I heard that ACB news. I was a little bit disappointed, but absolutely thrilled to see her out there. And for a region that is renowned for producing fast bowlers, she's definitely a role model for our girls. And she's going to take up the attack now from the Finkel end. This one's down the leg side and it swings and defeats Wilson. And not the start that Filer wanted as that one runs away for 4 or 5 wides.
Yeah, not an ideal start at all for Filer, but plenty of time to kind of get into a rhythm and into the game.
Pretty standard field in place there, no slips. And with the extra pace of Filer, you have a fine leg and a third in place. She adjusts and maybe overcorrects, but this one's short and wide outside off stump. Big flash by Lamb. And you'd have to say that probably one of the highlights of the women's season was this opening combination for Lancashire last year. They absolutely dominated.
They were absolutely brilliant. I think the sad thing was Eve Jones getting injured towards the back end of the season, because I think Lancashire were perfectly fine in the end without them winning the One Day Cup. But they were so destructive in pretty much every game.
Oh, a bit of a mix-up there. An early call of yes and no. And rightly no. A bit of pace and bounce there from Filer. It's interesting, the championship game here last week, Polly, was for the lads, we saw a bit of extra pace and bounce in the surface. And we might just see that from Lauren Filer. Tall right arm quick.
It was over 1,000 runs that Emma Lamb and Eve Jones scored in the One Day Cup.
Wow.
And a lot of that would have been done as an opening pair. And to think they've got Gabby Lewis in there as well at number 3. It's a very strong top order for Lancashire.
Oh, I thought I heard a little edge there. There's a drive. I like that length a little bit better from Filer. When you're facing fast bowling, you tend to just hang back a little bit and you're not as comfortable coming on the front foot. That's really good, that from Filer. Surprised that we don't have a slip in place at the moment. 11 without loss, Lancs. It's punched off the back foot into that gap in the covers. And excellent running.
Good bit of fielding from Emily Windsor.
We've had Emily up doing some comms for the lads' games as well. She's good value. She's excellent energy.
Yeah, we had her a little bit at the start of last season when she was injured.
Yeah, she was on her crutches, wasn't she? She's pretending that she couldn't play. No, but she's excellent value. She's been a really, really good signing for Durham, on and off the field. Obviously, she's part of the medical team as well for the girls' pathway. Just a real bundle of energy. So 1 ball remaining in over number 2. It's been a good comeback from Filer after that first ball. Can she get out of the over? And she can indeed, with a solid defensive shot there from Jones. And after 2 overs, Lancashire are 12 without loss.
As you say, a good recovery from Lauren Filer and good over.
What can you tell us about Gabby Lewis, Paul?
Yeah, Gabby Lewis is an exceptional player. I mean, she was the hero for Lancashire in their final in the One Day Cup back in September. Scored 141 not out, I want to say, and was brilliant. I mean, she's been playing for Ireland since she was 13 and captains them. And I've seen her play for Ireland and score plenty of runs. So yeah, she's brilliant. She's a really good fielder as well. So I'm excited to see her with Lancs, certainly at the start of the season. I thought she was a great signing to have at the back end.
Yep.
I thought it was a very a smart addition. As Turner is back from the Lumley end. Slight shout from Emma Marlowe. Scamper 3 for 1.
Looks like Talia Wilson's adjusted to the northeast. Doesn't look like she's got a jumper on or anything at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know how many days she's had for acclimatisation, but
yeah, she's been here about a week, I think. Yeah. It's been a very mixed bag in the weather since she's come.
Turner in again. Jones tries to have a slight dab at it. It's signalled a wide.
Umpire Simon Widdop standing at the Lumley end. Who's that? Who have we got there at the Finkel end? Umpire Brown.
Turner in again, and this one driven by Jones, but there'll be no run on offer. 14 without loss. The score remains.
Interesting that we've got a slip in place for Turner here, is mainly getting the ball to swing into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting decision to have one for Turner and not one for Filer.
Indeed.
Eve Jones waits and drives this once again towards the boundary. It will be cut off. In fact, fielder running round. They'll take 2, so 16 without loss. Eve Jones moving to 7 from 7. Another wide from Sophia Turner.
Yeah, as much as you want that ball swinging, you don't want to be giving runs away unnecessarily against this strong Lancashire batting lineup.
Yeah, you can't be handing them extra runs. Turner once again just pushed into the offside by Eve Jones. 17 without loss.
Good noise and good energy, as you would expect. A little bit of that first day excitement of the season.
Turner once again is a wide, so that's the third wide in the over. (18) without loss.
Oh, edged.
Slight edge. It's racing towards the boundary. Beats Talia Wilson. That'll be 4. That was clever from Eve Jones. He picks up a second boundary. And frustrating for Sophia Turner, who has not had a good over at all.
Not sure if that was right off the toe of the bat. Tough half chance, you would have to say.
Jones just nudges this into the leg side. Catherine Fraser running in. Jones looked keen for a second, but they'll settle for the 1. So end of the over, 23 without loss.
It's turned into a nice start already for Lancs. 23 without loss.
Yeah, they're just very good at building this partnership, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. And to be fair, they haven't had to do a lot of the work in terms of, have been quite a few extras.
Indeed.
Which has really helped them, but it's given them a good foundation to build off.
Lauren Filer to continue from the Finkel end, looking to get that early breakthrough for Durham. Hitting the pitch hard and well played by Eve Jones. Right up there with the fastest of the bowlers in the England setup. Who would you say is the quickest, do you reckon?
I think Filer, actually. Yeah, I would say so. I think for a while Izzy Wong was trying to push that, but I think Filer, in terms of consistency as well, I would say it probably is her.
Oh, and that one right on target. It's good from Filer. That extra pace just makes you go back sometimes to balls that you should come forward to. Just make you doubt your decision making.
Yeah, I remember the winter of 22 to 23, kind of quite quietly, Filer was just working on her run-up and added that extra pace, and then was kind of the surprise pick for the 23 home Ashes. And it looked like she kind of came out of nowhere, but it was that work over the winter that was behind closed doors.
Oh, and full and straight from Filer. Kept out by Jones. Yeah, it's a good aggressive approach, isn't it?
Yeah, that looked nasty to keep out by Jones. But yeah, I think she did an interview recently. She was like, I want to get to 80 miles an hour. So we'll see. But I think for me, I'm not that bothered about the speed. I think the pace she's doing at the moment is fine. And I think the emphasis for me is more on accuracy and consistency.
And as you bring that up, there's one fired down the leg side. Another one to the total, 24 without loss. Extras already starting to creep up for Durham. It's the 10th now. 10th extra in the innings. And it's clipped away nicely, and that will run away. Good test for this outfield. It's probably to the shortest part of the ground. But Eve Jones clips that away for 4. She moves on to 16, and Lancs off to now a little flyer, 28 without loss.
Yeah, Eve Jones kind of leading that, and she's having a good start with the bat. The outfield is actually a little bit faster than I kind of anticipated.
It dries really quick here. It's an excellent surface. And again, fair play to the ground staff for getting us ready so quickly. That one. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Educated edge down to third. Another single, well in control though, all the way along the floor. But good areas from Filer. Welcome to both Lancs and Durham fans to Durham Live. If you've got any comments or you would like to interact with Polly and I, just whack them in the comments there. We can see that Chris has put a couple of comments in this morning. Short and wide, cut away, second boundary of the over. Excellent shot that from Emma Lamb. Punishing the width. And Lancashire 33 without loss after 4. Just the start they were looking for after losing the toss and being put into bat.
Yeah, 10 from the over. And I knew Lancashire were a good batting side. And I knew they'd challenge Durham, but I didn't think the start would be with this much ease. And a lot of that has been to the fault of the Durham bowlers and those extras, which have cost them a lot. And it's not been the best start at all for Durham.
Just a little chat between captain and bowler.
Sophia Turner returning for her third over. So far 0 for 16. Eve Jones on strike. Guys, it's into the offside. There's a fielder in front of the boundary, but they'll get one.
Lauren Filer just putting her hand up and apologising to Wilson there for the throw.
I think what's so good about this opening partnership as well is you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination, so
yeah,
you're making the Durham players work hard. Turner past the umpire. This one a wide.
It's one thing again Durham don't have this year is a left-handed batter.
Yeah. I think Lancashire have quite a few left-handers and that has definitely been to their benefit. Emma Lamb now waiting. There's a swipe at it, and it's been given as the first wicket of the game. Sophia Turner takes the first wicket of the season, and Emma Lamb has to go for 6. Just a little edge.
That's a cracking catch from Emma Marlowe, low and to her left. Saw her take a really good catch in the warm-up game against Warwickshire earlier this week, and I will be honest, it's not a lot of catches that you see it slip in women's cricket, but that was a full-blooded drive, and the dangerous Emma Lamb goes 35 for 1, and Durham pick up a much-needed wicket, Paul.
Yeah, there's not many opportunities to practice slip fielding, and so actually when players do take catches like that, it's just really testament to the agility and awareness of those players. So kudos to Emma Marlowe for that catch. And that's a really important wicket to break that partnership. Even though Eve Jones is the one who's seemingly kind of pushing ahead, actually rocking that stability of the Lancashire top order, I think, is crucial at this stage, because it did look like Lancashire could really run away with the game and set a slightly menacing total.
Yeah, spot on. Good work keeping the slip in as well from Holly Armitage. It would have been easy with this start to just put Emma Marlowe in the ring, but that was an excellent catch, low and to her left. And Durham will just be feeling a little bit better about life. Everything was kind of rushed this morning, wasn't it? And that was the kind of feel that you've had, rushed to get started, and we're rushed out there. Now can they settle into the game?
Gabby Lewis to face her first ball, and it's a full toss from Sophia Turner. It's fielded on the boundary.
All eyes on square leg, but
yeah,
seems quite happy that wasn't above the waist.
I'm slightly surprised. I thought it would get called a no ball, but
yeah, that makes 2 of us.
Yeah.
I think Durham will be happy there. Chris Thompson saying plenty of swing and movement on offer because of the cloud. And now we're cooking that we've got a wicket.
Lewis off the mark immediately, but leaves this one outside. 37 for 1.
I tell you what, Polly, his first balls go to come in and get a hip-high full toss. Probably pretty happy with life right there.
Turner in again, and this one's driven by Lewis. She holds the pose and then takes off. It looks like it's going to head for 4. They are still running. It will be 4.
It's a real classy piece of batting there from Gabby Lewis. Eased that through a tiny gap in the covers. And that'll have her feeling pretty good about life right now.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis is fantastic. I've seen her on, I saw her at Southampton in the final. I've seen her on a tiny pitch in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and every time there's just something very classy about her. 41 for 1. Turner from the Lumley end. Driven by Lewis once again, but will find a fielder.
And the Durham men have picked up from where they left off yesterday. They've now moved on after losing the toss to 513 for 2. David Beddingham's just brought up his century, and Ben McKinney still struggling on 237 not out.
That is a shift.
Yeah, it's not a bad start down there. And Lancashire are off to a pretty good start here, despite that wicket in the last over, 42 for 1. Gabby Lewis has hit the ground running. She's on 7. And Eve Jones already, where are we at? Is that 16? 18, sorry, off 16. That's the first bit of blue sky away to our left and away to the east. Filer comes in. I was happy to let that one through to Wilson behind the stumps. Yeah, the weather is supposed to improve as the day goes on. You can see there that conditions are definitely a little bit lighter out there for the girls. Hopefully that sees a few more spectators come in now that this game is well and truly underway. Driven away square of the wicket. It'll just be a single. As Fee Turner does the fielding out there in the deep.
See Phoebe Turner warming up alongside.
Yeah, she'll be an interesting one. Her pace has really been up over the winter as well, so it could be a good combination. And then you've got the experienced Katie Levick, who's been there, seen it, done it all in the women's game. Picked up wickets during the week. And a bouncer, and not unusual to see Lauren Filer on the floor, a bit Mark Wood style. Maybe just a little bit of grease taking the moisture off the outfield onto the pitch. It's a fresh pitch here. I'm going to have a guess. I think it's pitch number 4. I'll have to check with Vic Domain and the team, who may well just be drying out their feet and things like that after putting in an incredible shift again this morning to get this ground ready and playable so quickly. The fact that we've only lost 4 overs today is a testament to their work. That one's down the leg side. Filer feels it was close to the leg stump. Or maybe even brushed the pad. But the umpire signals wide. 44 now for 1. Halfway through the 6th over. Durham really could do with it breaking this partnership as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think just putting a bit of pressure on and preventing that partnership to build.
It's what you hope when the wicket falls at the new batter. It just takes that little bit of time to come in and adjust things. But Gabby Lewis is already 8 from 6.
Yeah, she was off the mark immediately.
That exquisite cover drive. Short and helped around the corner. Not in total control. It's racing towards a deep square boundary. Turner does the fielding. Fires in a good throw to Talia Wilson.
Yeah, it was good running. She covered a lot of ground to get round.
Yeah, she's a good mover in the outfield.
46 for 1.
Last ball of the over. That run rate almost at 8 and over already. And that dot will help Durham's cause, and that ends the over from Filer. 4 from it. 46 for 1 after 6. Jones on 20, Lewis on 8. As you can see the sky there over to the east, sorry, over to the west, just starting to break up a little bit. And hopefully we see more and more blue skies overhead here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
That's been the best over so far. Least amount of runs. So good signs from Durham. As there's going to be a change of bowling from the Lumley end. I think it's going to be Phoebe Turner. He's going to be coming into the attack. The second highest wicket taker in the One Day Cup last year. And I believe even the highest wicket taker in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy back in 2024. So consistently a high wicket taker. And always goes under the radar. I always say this. It feels like she doesn't always get the recognition, but she's always up there as one of the highest wicket takers, especially in 50 over. So Gabby Lewis on strike as Phoebe Turner runs in past the umpire. Starts with the dot ball. Fielding off her own bowling.
Yeah, she's just starting to get that little recognition, isn't she? A little bit of England stuff has come her way, and I think when she figures it out with bat and ball, there's a real talent there. One that could go all the way.
Lewis waiting again and leaves that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, a little bit of nip off the seam there from Turner.
.46 for 1, the score stays. Defended by Lewis this time. And this is a really good start from Phoebe Turner. 3 dots in a row.
And it's the first bit of control Durham have really had. Probably there was a good solid over from Filer, and then Turner's followed up with 3 good dot balls to start this over. Can they keep building on that? Just try and transfer some pressure back onto Lancashire.
Lewis leans back and will just defend it. So this is excellent from Phoebe Turner. Just trying to put a bit of pressure on Lancashire and put themselves back in the game a little bit.
It's funny, that run rate I mentioned was pushing 8s. It's now under 7s, just with a few dot balls. So can they pick up a wicket on the back of a few dots?
Attempted a dive to stop the ball. It's heading towards the boundary. Will be stopped in the end by Catherine Fraser, but Maddie Villiers seemed to kind of dive over the ball. And Lewis will take a couple. Moves on to 10 from 11.
So turn of the third of the seamers, and then you've got the spin options of Levick, Catherine Fraser and Maddie Villiers.
Lewis driving this one. Will at least take a single. Then we'll settle with just the one. So 49 for 1. As that concludes the over. Overall a good over from Phoebe Turner though. Just 3 from it.
Now we're going to see spin early here. I think Maddie Villiers is going to come on. Mentioned the 3 spin options that Durham have. You could throw Emma Marlowe into that one as well. Bowls some off spin. It is Maddie Villiers from the Finkel end. Just trying to change things up, change the tempo. On the back of a couple of good overs there from the Durham seamers. I'm going to see some spin. Another one who's been in and around that England. Couple of trips away over the winter to various destinations for her, and a bit of time in the Big Bash as well. Short and wide, and given a wide. Cuts away, and did she get a hand on that one there? But I think it's still going to run away for 4. Gabby Ellis not letting Maddie Villiers settle. Missed out on the first one, didn't miss the second one. And with that wide was the Lancashire 50, apologies, and that now takes Lancashire under 54 for 1. I'm sure after losing the toss, they'll be very, very happy with this start. It's a better line, that, from Villiers. Little bit of width on offer again, and that one beats the field at point. And Sophia Turner's going to dive and hauls it in. Excellent piece of fielding there, and really good running from Lancs as a comeback for a third.
Yeah, great effort from Sophia Turner, but also good running from the Lancashire batters.
So immediately under pressure, gone for 8 already, and just halfway through her first over. She does have the left-hander now to bowl at. She's going to come around the wicket to Eve Jones. That's nicely punched off the back foot. Out to Emily Windsor in the deep. And Jones and Lancashire will pick up another single. Oh, good flight. Really nice flight from Villiers, and that one beats the outside edge.
Yeah, I don't think Lewis was expecting that.
No.
Good switching it up.
This one into the pitch. And finishes with a couple of dot balls. 58 for 1 Lancashire after 8 overs.
an expensive over.
Is it 9 from it, I think?
Yeah, 9 from it in the end. Eve Jones 21 from 21 and Gabby Lewis 18 from 17. Phoebe Turner, who just went for 3 from her first over, will be back into the attack from the Lumley end.
Yeah, this partnership's already at 23. That better than a runner ball.
Jones on strike. Plays this straight back to Turner. 58 for 1.
It's like Leah Dobson just heading over for a bit of practice with Rachel Hopkins, the academy director here for the girls.
Turner again and makes Jones kind of dig that one out. Looks a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I like the line. Pitching leg and just angling across the left-hander.
This one pushed away by Jones, no run on offer. So once again, Phoebe Turner starting really strong with the ball.
Yeah, 3 dots to start the over.
Jones on 21. She'll once again play straight back to Turner.
Yeah, she looked a bit frustrated there, Jones. I'm not sure she has the need to be frustrated at the moment. 21 from 25. She's got Lancashire off to a great start here. 58 for 1. But it's funny what a couple of dot balls in a row can do.
Turner once again driven down the ground. Won't be able to get away for a run. So a 5th dot ball for Phoebe Turner in this over. Yeah, you can kind of see visible frustration from Eve Jones.
Yeah, she even just walked at that one a little bit down the crease, just trying to do something different. Little change in the field here for Durham as they move their sweeper from 3rd around to cover point.
Turner, final ball of the over. And she'll finish with a dot. So a maiden over from Phoebe Turner, which is exactly what Durham would have been looking for. Just to put a bit of pressure on, make Eve Jones a bit frustrated.
Yeah, first maiden over of the morning. Just had to check the clock there. It is still morning, just. But yeah, good work from Turner. She's gone for just 3 runs off her 2 overs. It will be Villiers to continue. Remember, a delayed start and a reduction down to 48 overs per side. Villiers again, I like that pace. A thick outside edge leads to a single for Gabby Lewis. Oh, that's a brilliant attacking line. I think it's sliding down the leg side. The big appeal. It will be a leg by Umpire Brown. Just off screen signalling there. That breeze has just started to pick up a little bit out there. Yeah, it's nicely pushed. And they get through for a quick single. It's excellent running. Really good game awareness that from Lewis. As soon as she hit that, set off immediately. Again, attacking the stumps. $61 for one Lancs. Yeah, good work from Maddie Villiers. Settled in nicely after a bit of a shaky first over that went for 9. Conceded 2 runs off the bat and a leg by in this one. Last ball of the over. And again, excellent line. A big shout. But again, I think just sliding down leg side. There's a bit of drift for Maddie Villiers. Another leg by. That ends an excellent over from her. 2 off the bat, 2 off the pad. And 62 for 1 after 10.
I think having those shouts, though, is important, building that pressure and just maybe making those Lancashire batters not feel as safe as they perhaps did a couple of overs ago. Elsewhere, Hampshire are hosting Essex. Essex are 115 for 3 after 24. Yorkshire are 99 for 4 against Somerset, making their debut in Tier 1. And Surrey are 117 for 4 after 20 against Warwickshire. So it's a bit odd having 9 teams in Tier 1 because one team will miss out every game day, so to speak. So the Blaze are yet to play this season as Phoebe Turner is in again. And we'll start with a dot ball.
Nearly.
Ooh, that one looks a bit nervy. It's an inaccurate shot at the stumps, but risk of an overthrow.
Created a bit of chaos there for a moment.
62 for 1. Turner from the Lumley end. Jones takes a few steps down the track, but that will be another dot ball.
She's just been bogged down, hasn't she, Jones?
Yeah.
So she's gone from scoring heavily at the start to now being 21 from 32, which in itself is not a stress, but she'll be feeling the pressure that she's hasn't really scored probably over the last 15 to 20 balls. It's good pressure being built up by Phoebe Turner and Maddie Villiers on the left-hander. How does she respond?
Jones nudges this into the leg side, but might be able to get a run. $62 for 1. 3 dot balls so far in this over from Phoebe Turner. There's a couple of shouts. Eve Jones strolls back to her crease.
Again, just forcing Jones into something different there. A couple of steps down the crease. She was at that end for the whole of the maiden over, and this is 4 dots in a row again from Turner. Impressive start. She has none for 3 from 2.4. Can she just keep that pressure on the Lancashire left-hander?
Jones looks to drive, gets an edge on it, and she will finally get through for a run. It'll just be the one. 63 for 1.
It's just what you need as a batter, that, when you just feel under pressure. Just get down the non-striker's end. And just keep trying to rotate the strike between the right and left-handed combination. It has been an excellent start from Turner.
Final ball of the over, Gabby Lewis to face. And it will finish with a dot ball, so almost another maiden over for Phoebe Turner, but just the 1 run from it in the end. So 63 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, another excellent over that from Phoebe Turner. Lewis 20 from 20, Jones 22 from 36 now. But Lancashire will still be happy with where they're sitting here, 63 for 1. As you can just see that blue sky away to the west here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Maddie Villiers to continue to Jones. Again, Jones has found it difficult to score off Maddie Villiers as well. A couple of leg byes in the last over. This one really full and jammed out by Jones, but another dot. This one down the leg side, but going between the legs of Eve Jones. And well done, Talia Wilson, for stopping that. Really difficult. She'd have been blinded by that all the way. Oh, little use of the feet. And a push out into the offside gets Jones off strike. Again, nice work from Villiers. Slow and tempting. It's a nice drive, and they're going to look for 2. But decide against it. Good work from Sophia Turner out in the deep. This has probably just stopped Lewis's rhythm a little bit as well. She hasn't had a lot of strike recently. Again, nice work from Maddie Villiers. This is where now you just want to get out of the over without any further damage. Can she tempt Jones into a sweep? As if by magic. As a left-hander, I'd have been thinking sweep that for the last 2 overs there with the line that Villiers has bowled. And that is another leg by. And that runs away. Lancashire 66 for 1 after 12. This has been a good period for Durham.
It's been really good, and I think it also shows actually how vital the wicket of Emma Lamb was, because even though Jones and Lewis have been able to build this partnership, and when Lewis first came in, you know, she was scoring well, but actually you look at the run rate since Lamb got out, and they've really stuttered since then.
So there's just a little stat there. This partnership, Jones is 5 off 25. How does she get out of that rut?
Yeah, she was flying with a strike rate of over 100. Now it's down to 56. Phoebe Turner coming in and swiped up by Jones into the ground.
That's what happens. You get one out of the middle and it goes straight to a fielder, and you can see she's visibly frustrated out there, Jones. She absolutely hammered that, but straight at Holly Armitage in the covers. Who's gone straight back to the hand warmers in the pockets.
Jones straight down the ground.
Can we get a run out?
Sprinting for one. It's a great direct hit.
Good running.
It will be safe. Yeah, good running in the end.
But that pressure's just created a half chance there, Polly. You know, I'm sure if that was 5 overs ago, she's not taking that single.
67 for one.
And even the fact that I think it was Sophia Turner at mid-off has managed to run in and hit the stumps there, that'll still put a bit of doubt in the Lancashire batters' minds.
Gabby Lewis unable to get this one away. Phoebe Turner continuing really well with the ball. Lewis rocks back.
Shot.
Beats the fielder, and it should go for 4. There are 3 fielders in pursuit, but makes it over the boundary. And it's been quite a while since Lancashire have had a boundary and a bit of a breakthrough.
Yeah, it was classy. It's the first real scoring opportunity for about 4 or 5 overs. And Gabby Lewis didn't miss out there, finding the gap, beating the fielder at backward point. I think it's Bess Heath at backward point there. Real classy shot.
Turner looking to recover.
Oh.
This one again, the exact same shot.
Rinse and repeat.
It should make the boundary, and it will. That's really good from Gabby Lewis. She knows that Eve Jones was getting a bit frustrated at the other end, but she's been able to push forward.
If any young girls and boys are watching how to play a cut shot, put those 2 shots on repeat. Beautiful footwork, balance, hands high to low.
75 for one. Defensive from Lewis, who holds the pose. And that will wrap up the over. So more expensive from Phoebe Turner. Those 2 boundaries costing her. I mean, her economy is still 3.3, so
Yeah, it's been excellent.
she's it's just the one anomaly over.
See Lauren Filer back into the attack by the look of it. It's confirmed by the ground announcer. Chat with the skipper. Set to go. Just the 5 in the ring now. So they might just try to keep one more in to keep more pressure on. Short and down the leg side, and Filer starts with a wide. This one's driven square of the wicket and will just be the one out to Emily Windsor. That wind really starting to whip up here on a fresh day here in Chesley Street.
I think fresh is one way to put it.
Yeah, it was bloody freezing when I took the dogs out this morning, that's for sure. Raining, windy, it was like being back at just about winter or autumn. short and pulled, or hooked even, down to fine leg for a single. In full control there, Lewis. Nicely played. Again, I'm impressed with her hands on those few short balls that she's played in the last few overs, how she's controlled that with hands from a really high position and hitting down on the ball and being in full control. Again, another really good example for youngsters watching. Bit of width and a horrible bounce out in front of Wilson. Will go away, and I think it'll be a bye. It will be a bye. Good areas that from Lauren Filer. $79 for one. Yeah, I like that from Filer. Really good length. Hitting the stickers on the bat. Just putting that doubt in Lewis's mind whether to come forward or whether to go back. I think to most bowlers on the circuit, you're coming forward to that. But Lauren Filer's just got that little bit of extra pace and bounce. It's brilliant to see her in Durham colours. Oh, and again, really nice length, thick inside edge. Testing Lewis at the end of that over. 80 for one now, Lancashire. Jones 25, Lewis on 31.
Still feel like Durham have kind of clawed themselves back into the game, even though Lewis has been able to do a little bit more damage. I think it's nicely hanging the balance. Got Katie Levitt coming on now as the bowling change from the Lumley end.
Yeah, one that's been nominated for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I was so happy to see her on that list because it is much more difficult for domestic players to get that recognition, and I think someone like Katie Levick, who's been putting in the hard yards for years and in the county game and regional game, it's brilliant to see her recognised in that way.
Yeah, she got a little bit of support from us, I'm not going to lie, so hopefully that's enough to sneak her in.
Levick for her first ball and beats the diving fielder. Emily Windsor will tidy it up, but it looks like they've managed to run through for two.
Yeah, just keep my eye on Bess Heath there, who dived for that ball. Not moving as freely as she would like.
Levick again and pushes slightly into the offside, but they'll take one.
She's in a real high traffic area there, Bess Heath, as well, so if she's not 100%, she's going to have a lot of work to do either way.
82 for one. Eve Jones on 25 from 45. As Levitt continues the leg spinner.
Yeah, nice.
Dot ball. Jones takes a few steps over the head of the bowlers. It will plug into the ground. Looked like a big shot, but with not much pace on it.
Yeah, at one stage I thought she got it, and then she got a little bit more of it than I thought,
Yeah.
and it's just plugged perfectly in the middle of everybody. And she picks up a couple.
50-run partnership between Lewis and Jones. Once again, over the head of Katie Levick. Looks like it's racing towards the boundary. I think will just about be stopped.
Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up here as well. And it could be a run-out.
There are enthusiastic shouts that umpire's not interested, but Gabby Lewis had to do a full-length dive to get back in a crease.
Goodness me, that's close.
It's really close.
Real confusion between the batters.
Yeah, they're just having a discussion now, I think. Communication needs to be a priority. 88 for 1. They did manage to scamper 3.
Yeah, they got 3 in the end, yeah. I like the intent there against Katie Levick. Katie's a real trump card for Durham, and the fact that they're going hard at her brings Durham into the game, but also gives Holly Armitage something to think about if she does leak runs. Chris Thompson, what a man. Hit the like button, please. Like and subscribe, absolutely. We'll get you a job.
Levick in again, and a few gasps from the Durham players.
It's a nice finish to the over. That'll give Katie a bit of confidence. We've got 8 off that over. Some aggression there from Jones, probably taking out some of her frustration from earlier out on the leg spinner.
Definitely.
More and more blue sky starting to creep over, although it is still probably about 8 or 9 degrees with a wind chill of probably 3 or 4, so it probably feels about 5 or 6 degrees out there. I'm pleased exactly where we are, Polly.
Yeah, I'm very
behind
happy
some
to
double
see.
glazing and yeah, just listening to the winds making me feel cold actually. Filer is going to continue. None for 24 so far from her 4 overs. She comes around the wicket and is driven beautifully behind point by Jones. That's class, using the pace. Opening up that offside and picking up a boundary.
I think Jones is maybe breaking through that frustration.
Yeah. And that's about building an innings, right? You're going to go through periods where things come easy and things you have to work harder for. But yeah, she just opened up the front leg there and slapped that backward a point. Just a reminder from Filer that I can still try and hit you in the head if I want to. I wouldn't mind actually seeing she's got a mid-wicket in place there, maybe bringing that mid-wicket across to the offside and just strengthening that area behind point. It's such a big area of the field. You've got 2 sweepers out, you've got one at third, who's probably even a little fine for somebody of Filer. And then a sweeper at deep cover point. Jones is just looking to edge leg side as she pushes one this again into the offside. Holly Armitage shies at the stumps, another direct hit. But Jones well and truly home. 93 for 1. Jones is now, like you say, just seems to have got through that sticky period. Moved on to 35 now. And jumped ahead of Lewis, who's on 34. Oh, we're getting some love. And again, a second tumble of the day for Filer. Not the surface you really want to be diving on.
No.
be like concrete. Might be a thing with Durham fast bowlers. We see Mark Wood do it quite a lot. Well, actually, not often enough. I'd like to see more of that from Mark Wood. Another one that just dies before the keeper. And good awareness from Jones as a pick up a bite.
I've seen times when Filer's had both elbows patched up with plasters.
I think she's got the sleeves on, so we'll keep an eye on her. I'm not sure if the camera guys can follow, but I reckon she hands them to the umpire at the end of the over. But I bet she's got them on. This one's down the leg side and will be a wide. Probably just noticing that Jones is trying to open up that offside, opening up that front leg. That one just a little bit wayward down the leg side. And the extras will be something that is just starting to grate a little bit on the coaching staff. Certain things in a game of cricket you can control. That one took nicely into the leg side. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. 95 for 1 after 16. Sorry, it's 96 for 1. Oh, I've made Polly ruined a page. Yeah. She's adjusted nicely.
I mean, yeah, luckily a 5 to a 6 is quite easy.
Little drink being run out onto the ground for the Lancashire batters. It'll be Katie Levick to continue.
Eve Jones, 36 from 52. Gabby Lewis, 34 from 34. Jones on strike as Levick is through her action. She'll nudge this into the offside just for a gentle single.
Be interested to see if we have a change in the bowling from our end, the Finkel end. We haven't seen anything of Catherine Fraser as of yet. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just trying to see if any of the girls are loosening up, but that's another 3 over burst, that from Filer.
Defensive from Lewis, and there'll be no run.
Sorry, it's only a couple of overs from Filer, but see if, I'm not sure if she's under any restriction as well from the ECB. That's another thing that
rocks onto her back foot, but can't quite get it past the fielder. So another dot ball. Lewis has a swipe at it, but through to Talia Wilson with the gloves. Bit more flight from Levick.
Yeah, she's not a big turner of the ball, Katie Levick, but she's just got a few leg spinners to grip there, and that puts doubt in the right-hander's mind. And then a real strength of hers is the one that just slides onto the stumps. So challenging both edges, which is good work from Katie Levick.
Chipped slightly upish. We'll find Bess Heath. So concludes the over. And just one from it in the end.
Tidy one that from Katie Levick.
97 for 1.
After that first over went for 8. You were almost backing her to... Sorry, just in mid-thought there, as I think it's going to be Maddie Villiers back into the attack. Or is it Fraser? Just trying to see.
I think it's Fraser, yeah.
Yeah, it is Fraser. See, I'm ahead of the game, Polly. Should be a captain. I think it's a good move.
Yeah.
It's a good move. I think she'll bowl well at the left-hander. And Jones has just started to get a bit of rhythm in her innings again, so she seemed really comfortable with the pace coming onto the ball and struggled a little bit with Maddie Villiers earlier. Scottish international into the attack. That's an under edge that goes through the legs of Wilson and looks like that's going to run away for 4. It does trickle into the rope. And not the start that Fraser was looking for, but Jones will take all of them. And sometimes you deserve a little bit of luck after she's battled through. And that brings up the 100 for Lancashire. They move on to 101 now for 1. This one pushed away out into the deep. See Emily Windsor patrolling. Bright sunshine now here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Lots of blue sky. And a reverse. And a good take from Wilson and an inquiry.
This place looks unrecognisable to
it's a different
how it
world.
did a couple of hours ago.
This one tucked away into the leg side, but won't beat the captain. Yeah, nice flight from Fraser. Just starting to settle into her work now. First one, couple darted in. Now she gets a lovely loop on the ball. And a little bit of turn and bounce as she finishes the over really well. She's unlucky to go for a boundary first ball with that under edge. And just the one further single from the over. So 5 from it. Lancashire 102 for 1. $18 overs gone now. Just a reminder that this is a 48 overs a side match. Polly mentioned it's unrecognisable. We got here this morning, it was rain, it was windy, the whole ground was under covers, and then all of a sudden we're told they're going to have the toss and they're going to start at 11, then move to 11:15. But brilliant work from all the ground staff to get this game underway.
Katie Levick is continuing from the Lumley end. Hoiked in the air by Eve Jones, 1 bounce and 4.
That's a great shot. Using her feet and slapping that one back over Katie Levick's head. She's shown some real intent against the leg spinner.
Yeah, she worked her way through the difficult part of the innings that she had and decided to take on Katie Levick and has continued that. Jones moves to 46 from 56. Lancashire 106 for 1.
Nearly went all the way.
Levick in again. Jones turns this one round the corner. It's slowing up in the field. They're taking 2.
Might be leg buys, I think, Paul. A little bit of a wild throw there.
Yeah, leg buys.
Eventually, leg buys get signalled.
Jones makes contact this time. We'll just get the 1 run, 109 for 1.
It's interesting there that because she's used her feet first ball, the next 2 balls have just been dragged down a little bit from Katie Levick. So really, really good batting from the left-hander.
Lewis goes to reverse sweep.
It's a couple of times now, isn't it? She's had a crack at the reverse. Does she have a hockey background, do you know?
I don't, as far as I'm aware, I don't think so. Levick in again, and this one's driven by Gabby Lewis. Relatively straight, we'll just get one. Yeah, Gabby Lewis comes from a cricketing family in Ireland. There are quite a few big cricketing families. She's from one of them. Very tentative from Eve Jones, blocking that one away. So 110 for one after 19.
Yeah, and good batting. Getting that boundary early in the over just takes all the pressure off you as a batting team as well, that you can just not cruise through the rest of the over, but almost that the pressure's then just shifted back onto the bowlers. So it's good batting from Jones. And she's carried on from where she left off last season in excellent form. She's already kind of played 3 innings in one so far today. She got off to a flyer and then she struggled, and now she seems right back in rhythm. Well, she's played a sweep and a reverse sweep and then a normal sweep, and then the umpire's not given a wide in the end because she did try and change her hands. So, yeah, good luck with that one. It was hard enough trying to commentate, let alone seeing what was going on. Much more conventionally tickled round the corner for a single. You can hear that wind really picking up again. Nice line that from Fraser. That's the line. I think if she bowls that again, I think Jones will be on the sweep. This one driven out into the covers. Good feeling from Emma Marlowe. Prevents a single. This one again. Straight to Marlowe. This one driven down. Too long off. Turner will do the fielding and tidy over that from Fraser. Just the 2 from it. 112 for 1. If you're wondering why the camera's just off on the angle, so normally we obviously try and have our cameras directly behind the bowlers. You can see just down on the bottom left of your screen, we've got a sight screen there. But we had some scaffolding that fell down during Storm Dave last week, which pretty much, I was going to say cost us a day's play. It didn't really, because it was the ground was so wet. But incredibly, we've got cricket back here so quickly. We had a cover up in the grandstand. We had all sorts going on last week.
Levick back into the attack, and this one pushed away by Eve Jones just for a single.
So yeah, normally the camera would be mounted to some scaffolding or on top of a sight screen, but we've got safely on a balcony, and it's just about 2 pitches over. So unfortunately, it's just on a slight angle. But still excellent pictures from the media company who provide all of our...
This one's swiped away by Lewis, and it'll be 4.
It's a real strong area for her, isn't it? Through point.
Yeah, it was very convincing from Lewis, who will move on to 40 from 48. Lancashire 117 for 1.
So it would have been nice to hang Stevie from a harness or something like that. to get the picture directly from behind the bowler's arm, but we've put him safely on a balcony.
Levick with another dot ball. Lewis looks to sweep it, and it should find the boundary, and does. So a second boundary in the over from Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, risk and reward there. She's jumped right across her crease and exposed all her stumps, but played a beautiful sweep shot away for 4. I'm sure Katie Levick would have been interested in that all the way until it hit the middle of Lewis's bat.
Lewis chips this one. Yeah, she had a big swipe. Replays the shot. There'll be no run. 121 for 1. Slight tickle away from Lewis. Emma Marlowe in pursuit to stop it. But they will take 2, so 123 for 1.
11 off that over. Really nice batting that from Lewis. She was somebody that you're excited to watch, and she's putting on a show so far today. 2 beautiful boundaries in that over. Lancashire in a real position of strength here, 123 for 1. And what looks like a pretty good batting surface. Seem to get full value on this outfield for your shots as well, despite the overnight rain. Well, and rain this morning. Fraser to continue. This is cut away with nice timing from Jones. And she moves to 50. An excellent 50 from her. 65 balls.
A really good innings from Eve Jones, and one that has had a difficult period in the middle, but she persevered well with the bat.
6 boundaries in that innings. Oh, and driven back to Fraser. And it looked for a long time that Lewis was going to be the one to get to 50 first, and then it was going to be Jones, and Lewis on 46 not out. It's been an excellent partnership from this pair. Driving uppishly, but Turner does the fielding on the bounce. Be interesting to see if Levitt continues now, whether they go back to seam. Just that is hammered through the covers, but it's a sweeper out there in the deep. Really nice use of the feet, that from Lewis. And that ends the over with a single.
Yeah, really good from Catherine Fraser, and I think it looks like they're returning to Phoebe Turner, and I think that is a good decision. It looked like Eve Jones and Gabby Lewis were happy to take on Katie Levick. So
yeah, they just needed to break it up. I think Polly just changed it up. It's a good move that from Holly Armitage, but that's been brought about with just the pure pressure that the Lancashire batters have put back onto Durham. This partnership now to 90. Jones on 50, Lewis on 47.
$125 for 1. As Turner She's back into the attack and slight half appeal. She made her way through.
And the old Wasp, the win and score predictor, is at 299 as a score, which would be an excellent total. So that gives Durham a little thought as to where this innings might be headed and how they really need to break this partnership.
Turner in again. Driven nicely by Lewis. We'll take the single. Yeah, I think Lancashire would be very happy with 299. And Durham will very much want to keep that total lower. Eve Jones 50 from 65. She waits for Phoebe Turner in past the umpire. Takes a few steps down the track and then slightly retreats. Will be a dot ball.
I was mentioning the cameras earlier. We're just having a couple of issues there, and the guys are working really hard to try and get you, obviously, the standard of the pictures that we want to provide back. But the wind creating a bit of havoc here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Turner in again. Jones once again taking those few steps. Big
shot
at the
that
stumps.
Could be out. It's a big shout. Good fielding from the skipper.
Yeah, really good reaction from Holly Armitage. And I don't think anyone's missed the stumps today. It's been very accurate. That one would have been a tight call. Gabby Lewis just about safe. 126 for one. Jones straight back past the bowler for no run.
Sorry, God, lost her teeth. Continuing her good work, Polly. She's been Durham's best bowler so far for me today.
Definitely. Yeah, she had that one looser over where I think it was Gabby Lewis slightly took advantage.
She hit her for a couple of fours, didn't she, behind point?
But other than that, it's been very tidy. Jones now taking a few steps up in the air, and that will be four.
Yeah, that's great batting. Great batting. Sheila felt there, even though Lancashire in such a strong position, she won't have liked the dots in that over, so she decided to finish off the over with a little win for Lancashire and an excellent boundary, that advancing and slapping that one over extra cover for four.
130 for one.
Sorry. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch this partnership build. And both of them have taken control at different stages of the partnership.
I think that's what's really clever about the signing of Gabby Lewis as well, is, you know, Lancashire are known for the opening partnership of Jones and Lamb, but Lewis just provides that extra backup.
It's driven nicely out into the deep again. Nice use of the feet from Lewis. It's the first time I've really seen her in the flesh, and she looks a proper player. Didn't know a lot about her before today. Just hearing how excited you were to watch her go about her work. It's a nice line. That from Fraser. And she's lived up to all your hype.
Yeah, very much so.
Scoop. Tried to hit that down the leg side and got a thick edge on the offside. And they'll pick up a single. Nice work from Fraser. It's hit in the air, but beats cover. And will go out for one, and that will be the 50. For Lewis, I'm sure it is. Please, somebody clap. Had me doubting myself there. But it's an excellent 50 from Lewis. Comes up in 63 balls. And has formed an excellent partnership after the early loss of Lamb. I thought I'd gone crazy there for a moment. A little bit of confusion. Catherine Fraser just needs to watch her back foot here, and this is something that's really hard for the umpire to spot. She's getting very, very close to the return crease. Extremely close, and that's slapped down the ground. But we'll take a few bounces down to turn at mid-off. Ends the over. Just the 4 singles from it. So another tidy over from Fraser, who's been good so far. She's just gone for 13. And the first ball of her spell went for 4 as well. So nice tidy work from Catherine Fraser. So exactly the same as Jones, 6 4s in her 50. But position of real strength really at the halfway mark here, 134 for 1 Lancashire, as drinks will be taken.
Yeah, I mean, things can always change after drinks, that slight momentum shift, but Lancashire look in a really good place with 2 very much set batters and plenty of depth still to come if there are wickets. But Jones and Lewis look very comfortable. And yeah, Durham will be keen to break that partnership, put an end to it and slow that momentum down, just as they did when Lamb was out.
Nice work from the boys at the media company there. Stevie just climbed some scaffolding, death-defying stuff to bring you the wide angles and the various other shots. So we should be back running on all of our cameras after the drinks break. But as you can see, bright blue skies above the riverside. Looks are deceiving. It's still absolutely freezing. And you see the wind bellowing the net away to the bottom right of screen as the players are just taking on some fluids and having a stretch and getting various instructions. But Lancashire will be extremely happy with where they sit here at the drinks break. 134 for 1. As we've said there, just keep an eye that it is a 48 over match.
I think it's also crucial to remember that Lancashire are defending champions. They want to win the trophy they secured last September. So whenever they go into games, they're the team to beat. Interestingly, they finished 3rd in the table. So they weren't the best across the whole of the season, but when it mattered, they showed up. They had a nervy semi-final against the Blaze where I couldn't believe they won it, to be fair. And then the final, it was really Gabby Lewis who was the hero for them. And I mean, a bit of controversy with some potential run-outs that may or may not have happened and the umpire didn't see it, but Gabby Lewis said she did crease, so it's all...
I'm sure she did. But as you said, these are the benchmarks. Durham are a young side and growing, having spoken quite a lot with Danny Hazel over the winter. They know that they're on a building phase of this squad, and they're starting from absolute scratch, whereas you've got established squads everywhere else really in the country. Durham are brand new to professional cricket, so they're looking at between a 3 and 5 year project, and some of these young players will hopefully start to peak. Hopefully that'll be a bit ahead of schedule and maybe peak this year, but looking from next year and onwards, and what you want is really your best players to be around for that. So to have the likes of Lauren Filer and people like that in the house is only going to benefit the group. Obviously, your overseas players are so important, and we had Susie Bates in the house last year, which was amazing for everybody. We've got Talia Wilson to start off this year, and Heather Graham, who's coming over for the blast phase of it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens at the back end of the season when we go back into the 50 over stuff, who comes across. But really exciting opportunities for this young group of players. But they're being shown how it's done at the moment by a really, really solid Lancashire outfit, who, as you said, defending champions, and have started off in great fashion.
Lancashire 134 for 1, with Jones on 56 and Lewis on 50. Phoebe Turner will continue from the Lumley end after the drinks break. So far has bowled 5 overs and gone for 18 runs. Eve Jones on strike. She guides this one straight to the fielder. Almost could have been overthrows, but Bess Heath backing up.
Surrey women have started off in good fashion as well. They're 212 for 4 off 32 overs.
Turner once again, and this is worked off the hip by Jones. And that brings up the 100-run partnership between Eve Jones and Gabby Lewis. Jones with 39 and Lewis with 50 from 120 balls.
I've just lost the 5th wicket actually, but Danny Wyatt-Hodge batting down at 6 is on 81 not out. A bit of a new role for her there, but she's been in some good form over the winter.
Turner once again, and this is driven by Lewis, finds the gap. We cut off by Emily Windsor. So 2 runs to the total.
Yorkshire women 139 for 7 against Somerset, and Essex 187 for 5 against Hampshire. So they are the 4 games that are going on in the Women's Metro Bank Cup competition.
Lewis drives once again, beats the diving fielder. Emily Windsor working hard on the boundary. They're going to push for 2. Make that comfortably.
Yeah, they've run well too, haven't they? They've run really nicely between the wickets. Big pockets here at the Banks Homes Riverside. I think that throw from Windsor would be into the wind as well, the wind coming from the west. The only good thing about that wind at the moment is it's bringing all the blue sky.
Lewis. I'm not quite sure if she got slight inside or it clipped a bat away. I don't think she wanted the shot to go onto the leg side.
And the men's side of things, Durham's men have declared on 605 for 5.
Wow.
And Kemar Roach has picked up the early wicket of Cameron Bancroft, so Gloucestershire already 1 down in the first over.
Phoebe Turner to conclude the over. Eve Jones nudges this into the offside. Again, they're pushing for 2. 142 for 1 after 25.
And for our Lancashire men's fans, 351 on the board for them, and Derbyshire are 60 for 1 in reply. So slow going there. Not slow going here for the Lancashire women. They're in a really strong position. Fraser to continue. That's chipped over cover. In fact, chipped probably harsh. It's driven over cover for 4. Lovely shot from Lewis, showing real class here today. Yeah, probably did her a disservice there saying that was chipped. It was hit much better than that. And she gets the rewards because that one is dragged down and it's swept around the corner. And back-to-back fours on a real roll now.
150 up for Lancashire in just over 25 overs.
Yeah. Danger signs here for Durham. I was just thinking there, only one down. Do they really start to put the foot down? They've got a lot of batting to come here, Lancashire. It's good work from Holly Armitage, just taking the sting out of that a little bit and just speaking to a bowler, making sure that both are happy. And again, excellent running. Oh, she cops one in the back for her troubles. High quality batting from this Lancashire pair. And Durham are desperate for a wicket.
Lancashire will be aware too that Durham did tend to struggle to chase competitive totals last season.
That's hit in the air. Bounces just before Emma Marlowe. Yeah, 100%. And that scoreboard pressure in itself, if you put something reasonable on there, you know, if you have a good start with the ball. Oh, stumping chance, not given. Tidy work from Wilson. But a nice end to the over. Reverse sweep hasn't quite been working for the Lancashire girls today, but the way they're batting, I'm not sure they need to be playing it. Ends the over. We've just lost the scoreboard there for a moment. I think it's 151 for one. Just a few gremlins around the Banks Homes Riverside today.
Phoebe Turner will continue from the Lumley end. Gabby Lewis can't quite get what she wants on it. There'll be no run.
Probably happy to sit here on Turner and just knowing that the runs are coming freely at the other end. It's just almost taking the pressure off here. Turner's gone for 26 from 6.
Turner in past the umpire. That's defended nicely. No run though. The Durham kit remind me of the 2017 England women's shirt that they won the World Cup in.
Okay.
It's the kind of
the transition
from from the dark blue to the purple and the pink. They're very nice shirts. There's Turner through her action and nudged by Gabby Lewis. I'll take one. The first run of the over, 152 for one. I think Gabby Lewis is just waving a drink on. Eve Jones, 59 from 79.
Scoreboard back in full operation now.
Eve Jones straight back behind the bowler for no run. Turner once again and played down the ground by Jones, who attempts a run just back safely. Lewis was not ready to run.
Yeah, it's a good call from Lewis. There's never a run there.
They've been good at running, but there have been a couple of slightly hairy moments.
This keeps everybody on their toes.
Jones slightly awkwardly crossbody chips the shot up in the air, won't get a run. So that concludes the over, just one from it in the end, 152 for one.
It's another solid over, isn't it, from Phoebe Turner. Gonna see Katie Levick back into the attack. She's going to have a crack this time from the Finkel end.
Yorkshire look in danger of being bowled out against Somerset. That's down in Taunton.
Paddle swept, nice and fine. And she'll get at least two. They'll think of three. Oh, a little stutter and a little bit unsure there, but decide just to settle for the two.
I think they could have got three there, but
yeah, I think Jones was keen, Lewis not so keen. I think it was Phoebe Turner with the chase down there. She did really well considering she just bowled an over. Oh, that's short and wide. Very wide. This one clipped away off the toes, out for a single. Out to Emily Windsor, has found a home out there in the deep. I'll have to ask her if that's got anything to do with her chat. Get her to the furthest point away possible. No doubt she'll tell me it's all about her brilliant athleticism. Oh, is this a chance? Slog swept out into the deep. It's a brilliant effort from Turner. Sorry, it's Maddie Villiers out there in the deep. Don't think it carried out there, but superb piece of athleticism from Maddie Villiers, diving away to her left.
Yeah, she did well to make it look like more of a chance than it was, I think.
Definitely. They do have some really good boundary riders, Durham. They've got Turners at long on, actually. Sophia Turner, and you've got Maddie Villiers and Emily Windsor. And this one's hit. Slog swept out to cow corner. And Sophia Turner does really well. And Jones's intentions are very, very clear. Hitting to the shorter side of the ground, but into the wind. Cut away ferociously and a bit of a misfield. That's Fraser there at backward point. Ends the over. Lots of aggression shown in that over. Katie Levick has none for 34 from 5. 160 for 1 now, Lancashire. Jones 62, Lewis 69. This partnership and this total continues to blossom for the Red Rose. Oh, do you like what I did there?
That was very good.
Surprised myself.
Yeah, I really like that Lancashire have actually try to push on and be a bit more aggressive, because they could kind of sit back for the remaining 20 overs and get to a decent total, but it is somewhat risky, but they know they have so much depth below them that they can take that risk, and so far it's working in their favour, so I don't see why not.
Yeah, you don't want to be comfortable and get to a total of 280, 290 when, if you're actually, what's the point of getting 280 for 1 if you can go and get 320 for 6? So yeah, put the pressure back onto Durham, and so far they haven't really given a chance, maybe a half chance out there to Maddie Villiers. It was very tough. They've run hard between the wickets, so this is where, as a batter, you try and get your rewards.
Sophia Turner back into the attack, and she'll start with a dot ball. $160 for 1. Lewis, straight drive down the ground. Just get 1 for it.
This is where Turner can come and use her changes of pace. Try and bowl stump to stump. Talia Wilson up to the stumps.
She was the wicket taker to dismiss Emma Lamb. So can she find another breakthrough? 161 for 6. Jones on 62, Lewis on 70. This one's been guided round the corner by Eve Jones. Just for 1. A swipe, signalled a wide.
Yeah, very wide down the leg side. Good take from Wilson.
$163 for 1. Nice from Lewis, but can't get a reward. Straight to Bess Heath. 163 for 1. Chipped in the air by Gabby Lewis, will fall short of a fielder. Just the single this time. 164 for 1. Turner to Jones.
There is that change of pace.
Yeah. Jones looked a little bit surprised by it too.
I thought she was going to launch it.
164 for 1 after 29.
Weather continuing to improve here. The wind potentially just died down for a little bit, but I don't want to tempt fate there. Levick to continue advancing and driven. It'll just be the single, despite The huge dive from Holly Armitage. Sorry, it's Bess Heath in the covers there. So continuing to be in the high traffic zones. Holly Armitage is actually in the covers now for the left-hander. And again, I think they're having a competition of throwing the ball to each other. Heath and Armitage, I like it. Good energy. Big shot above the head of Bess Heath. It's in the gap, but it'll just be the two. Good running again from Lewis. That's driven nicely over cover this time. It'll slice away to Emily Windsor. $168 for one. This one's short. She's been punishing on most things short today, Lewis. She'll just pick up a single here. Is it time for some more Maddie Villiers? As looking at these conditions now, you wouldn't believe the way we started today. And another single to end the over. Runs continuing to come for Lancashire. 170 now for one.
Yeah, when I was driving down the A1 this morning and all the spray was coming up, I thought, yeah, there's no chance we're going to see much cricket. Thought, maybe 20 overs a side would be nice. That's quite hopeful, but 48 overs, didn't imagine that at all.
Well, it went from there was covers everywhere on the ground to right, we're tossing and we're starting it in half an hour, and everybody was like, what is going on? That half an hour, to be fair, turned into 45 minutes because it just wasn't humanly possible to get everything off the ground. I think the umpires walked out for play and the stumps weren't even there. And
Sophia Turner back into the attack, swiped down the ground by Eve Jones just for a single. 171 for one.
Yeah, this excellent partnership. Up to 136 now between this pair.
Chipped up in the air.
Perfect club.
Over Turner's head. No run for Gabby Lewis. He's on 73 from 80.
Yeah, it deserved a bit of luck, to be fair.
Lewis once again chipped up, falls safely and will take one, rotate the strike. Really nice from Eve Jones. Will eventually find a fielder, but scampering through for two.
Yeah, great running.
174 for one.
She's rapid between the wickets as well, isn't she, Lewis?
Yeah. She's a real athlete in the field as well. Really, really fast. Jones rocks back, and that should go all the way. In fact, Emma Marlowe is almost actually cut it off. I can't tell if her arm was touching the boundary.
I think that's a 4, but I don't think it's possible for the umpires to be able to give that unless Emma Marlowe is going to be incredibly honest here.
Oh yeah, she's saying it's a 4. fair play. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, no.
I was that, but better person than me.
She just slid into the rope there and the ball made contact with her. So, yeah.
Really good effort, though, because it looked like she's shaking her head. She's not happy with herself, but she covered a lot of ground. 178 for 1. Now, run 3 for 1.
It's another nice over, doesn't it, from a Lancashire point of view?
Yeah, 10 from
10, yeah. You just feel that something's going to happen. Either Lancashire are going to burst out here into full-on power hit mode, and will that create some opportunities for Durham? And here she is, the little diva. Maddie Villiers is going to come back and bowl. I thought it would be time for her. Is she the one to break this partnership?
Wow, Danny White-Hodge is now 119 from 73.
Wow, maybe number 6 agrees with her.
Yeah, apparently so.
They've got such flexibility, haven't they?
So annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I did my predictions for the season, and I did say, I was like, Surrey are going to get a trophy. I don't know which one, but they just will, because they're Surrey. It's annoying.
This one's punched away nicely. A real strong area for Jones all day. Has been through that point region. She picks up another single. Yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches in that squad. You could almost say similar for the Blaze.
Yeah.
And this Lancashire squad are not far behind them. Incredibly formidable top 3. That reverse sweep again. This time they do get success. There's a chase for Turner, and it will be in vain as that one runs away for 4 more. Brilliant batting from Lewis. This pair putting on an absolute clinic here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Lancashire in total cruise mode at 184 for 1. Yeah, nice from Villiers.
Yorkshire in all out now for 178 against Somerset.
Be an interesting game, that. Oh, thrown wider and slapped through point. That's a gorgeous shot from Lewis. One after the other. She is her own highlight reel right now. Brings up the 150 partnership between this pair. Doing some serious damage to Durham.
It's been a masterclass from these two. 153 from 164. They're just cruising along. Lewis now on to 82.
Such high quality stroke play as well. Relatively risk free. I must have brushed the pad on the way through. Good work from Wilson behind the stumps. And a couple of dots to finish the over, but 9 from that over again. 188 for 1 now, 32 overs done. Just the 16 remaining. There's a 48 over per side match. At the Banks Homes Riverside, bathed in sunshine. And Holly Armitage is probably looking around going, who do I turn to next? Sophia Turner, the one wicket taker so far today. She's going to continue. Geez, I'm pleased I don't have that problem when I take my cap off.
It's a nightmare. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 38. It's a little bit expensive, but I guess in the grand scheme of how Jones and Lewis have been batting, and even Lamb, it's not too bad at all, as this one's hoiked in the air by Eve Jones. There's a fielder under it who fumbles it. That was a huge opportunity for Durham. That could have been the big breakthrough, and it was quite a simple catch in the end.
Yeah, those have got to be taken. Guess the only mitigating factor was the sun was right in her eyes, but
this one worked into the leg side by Lewis.
Yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is offering players of Jones's calibre a second chance.
Yeah. I think that was Lauren Filer as well, out on the boundary.
Yeah, it wasn't a difficult chance, was it?
Not at all. Turner in again, a huge swipe.
Intentions clear, Polly.
Yeah, very much so.
I like it.
Lancashire 190 for 1. Jones rocks back again, another big swing, scampering through. That is really fast between the wickets, and we'll be back safely. So 191 for 1. 3 from this over so far in singles. Lewis on 83. And this one's a wide. So another extra for Durham. And that's an area they haven't been very disciplined in. That's maybe the 25th.
Coach killer.
17th wide.
Oof.
Aerial by Lewis will fall safely and be picked up shy of the boundary.
Great running again.
Yeah. Push for 2. So Lewis moves to 85.
It's good that from Turner. She's trusting her skills here, gone to slower balls. Created a chance in this over. Almost picking up her second wicket. See a bit of frustration visibly on the faces now for the Durham girls.
Turner in, and Lewis slaps this into the leg side. We'll pick up 1. 195 for 5.
That's where you just need to just lift the energy a little bit. It's really difficult when things are going along so well for the batting unit. But this part of the innings now is all about attitude from Durham in the field.
$15 overs remaining.
Another reverse. And does it get through? It does. It does. It's quality, high-class batting from Gabby Lewis. She moves into the 90s. I said it wasn't working earlier. Well, the last few attempts of the reverse sweep have certainly paid off, and that's going to force a change in the field now. You're going to have to put 2 fielders behind point, because she's also been quite strong over the offside as well. That leaves a huge gap now on the leg side. Will she tease Durham and try and just place one in there and pick up 2 on the leg side? If she's a cruel woman, that's what she's got in mind. She hits it too well. Down to Lauren Filer at long on. $200 now on the board for the Red Rose.
You can just kind of tell in the body language of the Durham players.
Yeah. They're a bit shell-shocked, aren't they?
Yeah.
This one's a wide down the leg side, is it not? Well, I think it should have been. I know the batter moved a long way across the stumps, Jones. A little win for Durham. She's not going to get away with that one, which was exactly the same. I see the noise levels have just elevated a little bit from the Durham girls, so that they're aware that they need to lift it. And the intentions are loud and clear right now from Lancashire. Yeah. They're going hard. It's a nice punch. We've seen that quite a few times off the back foot. Out through that point region. Another single. 201 now for 1 on the board. Sorry, 202 for 1 on the board. Feet and slapped out through the covers. But that sweeper is now very straight. As there are 2 fielders behind point. That ends another over and another good one for Lancashire. 9 from that over. 8 from that over even. Get my maths right. 203 for 1 after 34 overs. 14 left. And they'll be looking at getting at least another 100 on the board here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big total. We saw a bit last season, kind of 300 plus becoming more of the norm. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it still is a very big total.
Yeah.
And it's one that I'm not actually sure what Durham's highest total was last season, but they tended to be on the lower side. And I think the thing that's been so successful here for Lancashire is that partnership. And it's you look in the Durham team and you've got some standout individuals, but where are those partnerships going to come from? And I think that's going to be the difference. As Phoebe Turner starts her 8th over. 203 for 1.
Yeah, so you would think that this spell from Turner will see the end of her. Be 3 bowlers still allowed to bowl their full 10.
Lewis slaps this away. Work for Emily Windsor to do. They'll comfortably add 2 to the total. 94 for Gabby Lewis now at a runner ball.
You mentioned her big innings in the final there. She's picked up right from where she's left off.
Turner in again. Lewis working this into the leg side. Down the ground for 1 run. She's had a busy winter as well. Captaining Ireland to qualify in Nepal for the World Cup.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if she was male, you would think that England would be having a real crack at trying to drag her across.
Yeah. It's been hoiked in the air by Eve Jones. Misses a fielder. Really not the way she wanted to play the shot, but we'll take one.
Very curious piece of fielding that. Fraser ran all the way down to field that and went straight to the fielder at third, but there you go.
Nudged by Lewis. Just for one. 208 for one.
That's really clever cricket, both from batter and bowler. Slower ball. And nicely dropped down on the offside. Through for quick single. Excellent running. Absolute class act, Lewis.
Driven by Jones. Just for one. But they're ticking this over nicely. Lewis on 96 and Jones on 81. .35 overs gone, 13 remain. 209 for one. That's the score for Lancashire.
Wynne just reminding everybody that's still around as Matty Villiers continues. Jones pushes that one down the ground. Just moves on to 82. Using her feet again. This one just reaching a little bit more for this one and pushing it through out onto the offside for a single. It's looked brilliant from ball one, hasn't she? She's come in. I mean, I know she got a nice juicy full toss first ball, but hasn't really let up since that moment. Tossed up, hit down the ground. Is this an opportunity? It is, and it's taken. Bess Heath taking the catch down at long on. And Jones sacrificing herself really for the good of the team there. 82 she's gone for. But she could have been really selfish there and continued and just tried to kind of manoeuvre away to a century. But she's been really aggressive in the last 20 minutes. And she's fallen now for 82. Durham pick up their second wicket. Caught Heath. Bowled Villiers. Jones has gone for 82. And Lancashire are 211 now for 2.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be annoyed to miss out on the century. But as you say, it's kind of for the good of the team. And she was trying to press on. And that was the right thing to do in this situation. And get Lancashire to the highest total possible. And as we've mentioned throughout today, Lancashire have a lot of depth. You've got Seren Smell coming in now, who I thought really kind of pushed on towards the back end of last season, and I definitely saw a lot of improvement from, she was tipped off at quite a young age, and yeah, I think she's an exciting player coming in, just to maybe play that supporting role for Lewis as she perhaps gets to the milestone, but then also in terms of someone who can hit big and add a couple more runs for Lancashire as we enter the latter stages.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big boundaries here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Yeah. There's no doubt about it, especially over to the right of your screen. They are playing to one side of the square, as you can see there. But still pretty big boundaries. So there's lots of pockets to hit. This is where Durham, can they just squeeze a couple of overs in and give as much strike to the new batter as possible?
Sorry, I've reached the 300 mark and they've still got 7 overs to go.
Yeah, they're a different beast. That one's cut away and good fielding. Keeping that down to a single. And what it does do is keep Smale on strike for the next over. So a wicket taking over for Matty Villiers. Durham pick up their second. And Lancashire are 212 for 2.
Just over a 30 over gap between those 2 wickets. So it was very needed, as Katie Levick is going to come back into the attack from the Lumley end. So far 6 overs, 0 for 40. Straight down the ground by Smale.
Yeah, it's important for Durham. They need to starve Lewis of the strike. She's on 97 now.
Smale defending once again for no run.
That's already 5 balls that she's faced since the fall of that wicket.
This is really good from Katie Levick. It's got Gabby Lewis at the other end, will perhaps getting a little bit impatient. Smale leans forward and has a big swing at it. And they'll push for 2.
And that's that big side of the ground that we're talking about there. And also Emily Windsor's having to throw that into the wind. I think she could probably do with coming off the boundary by a good 10-15 yards. She is a little bit in. There's not many balls are going to beat her on that side.
Just nudged by Smale for no run. 214 for 2. This one worked off the hip by Smale for the single, so Gabby Lewis was going to be on strike.
Yeah, no, it's
end of the over.
You might have just heard a shout, "That's good for us," there at the end from the Durham fielders, because it keeps Lewis off strike. And there was a phase earlier in that partnership between Jones and Lewis where it was Jones who was tied down for a few overs and kept Lewis away from the strike. And Lewis is doing the damage at the moment. She's a runner ball 97. 11 overs left in the innings. 215 for 2. This time she gets off strike. First ball of the over, which will please Gabby Lewis, no doubt. .97. Tossed up and driven. Again, we've seen that on numerous occasions. Picks up another single, moves to 98, closing in on what would be richly deserved century. This one's short, but won't beat Armitage. Really dominant through the offside, Lewis. In fact, I'm going to check a wagon wheel because I can. Good quick single there, set off immediately. Yes, 71 of her runs have come through the offside. And that's impressive because there's been some high quality shots, very, very strong behind square. There's been 40 of her runs behind square on the offside and 30 through the covers. And just the one down to long off. One ball left in the over. I'm sure Lewis would be happy just to pick up a single and keep the strike and move to 99. Or she'd be even happier with a couple. She sweeps, and she sweeps fine, and she will pick up 100. That will run away for 4. And that is a truly magnificent century from Gabby Lewis. Her 12th boundary, 102 off 100 balls. Pure class.
A superb innings by Gabby Lewis, returning to Lancashire as a statement overseas signing. And she has done a fantastic job. First working with Eve Jones, building that amazing partnership that has carried this innings. And then reaching 3 figures with Seren Smale at the other end.
Well, she hasn't let you down, Polly. You bigged her up at the start of the day, and she certainly delivered. Superb innings so far. 222 for 2.
Katie Levick back into the attack, and they'll jog 3 for 1.
Just said how dominant she'd been on the offside, and then she just says, I can play both sides of the wicket, mate. Don't worry about that.
I think it's brilliant to see Gabby Lewis do well. Obviously it's great to see her do well anyway, but it's difficult for, I guess, Irish players to warrant a place as the overseas start, as that's been chipped up by Lewis with just a single, when you've got so much competition from other countries, especially with the World Cup coming up, players wanting to come over. And it has been sometimes frustrating to see uncapped Australian players, for example, coming over and getting a gig when you've got Irish players, for example, as this one's gone through the legs of Catherine Fraser. And those places are really up for grabs, and it is difficult. So for Lancashire to have picked up Gabby Lewis at the back end of last season, and then to commit to her this season as well, is brilliant.
Shot.
Hoiked in the air by Gabby Lewis, and that's lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a big decision, isn't it? Who do you bring over as your overseas players? And you look at the likes of South Africans, Australians, New Zealanders, Indians, who you see really successful on the international stage, and you want that proven. But for them to show faith in Lewis is a big decision, and she's certainly repaid that.
Levick in again, swept by Lewis.
She's putting on a show.
Another 4.
Yeah.
She's reached a century, and now she can relax a bit more.
She's definitely sticking 2 fingers up to me, because all 3 of those boundaries have been on the leg side since I said how dominant she was. But just showing a class there, manipulating the field. Love the one down the ground. And a couple of really strong sweeps.
Levick to finish her over, and we'll end with a dot. So 233 for 2.
11 from that Levick over. She's gone for 54 so far from her 8. And we're going to see Sophia Turner back into the attack from the Finkel end. 9 overs left in the innings. Lancashire eyeing up 300 plus here. Interesting decisions to make here. Sophia Turner has been looking to try and take the pace off the ball in her last spell. But she's got, well, the back 4 are out. I'll explain what that is in a moment. And pace off again. That's a good bit of fielding from Maddie Villiers. So if she's trying to take the pace off, she's got her fielders out at fine leg and third, where she'd probably be better off bringing them up into the circle and dropping mid off and mid on. And that's kind of just about happening now, but we've got deep mid wickets dropped out instead of long off. And that's hit badly. It's probably the first shot all day she's mistimed. Right off the toe, made a horrible sound off the bat. Otherwise that might have been a catch to Emily Windsor, who has somehow managed to get in the circle, probably for the first time since the power play. And again, pace off from Turner. Yeah, I'm not sure about this field. But so far so good in the over. Just the 2 off it. Bit more normal pace on and into the wicket. Just surprise Smale a little bit there. This time third comes up and long on does drop back. Pace off. And Emily Windsor sliding on her knees in the circle. There's the fielding. 1 ball left in the over. Just the 2 from it so far. It's been a good over from Sophia Turner. And they're dropping deep mid wicket out and bringing up fine leg into the circle. Yeah, I'm happy with this field. It's slapped through the offside, but there is a sweeper out on that side. To think of a second. Bessheath gets the ball back in quickly. That ends the over. Just a 3 from it. A good over, that from Turner. 236 for 2.
Yeah, a good over it. Just trying to slow the run rate down a little bit and not let Lancashire get too carried away towards the back end of this innings.
Your eyes work better than mine, Polly. Can you see what that cut-off time is under the big clock?
I think it's 2:37.
Right, I've got plenty of time.
Either 37 or 27.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the shape of the number.
Yeah,
actually.
that's what I was trying to do that. Phoebe Turner back again. Saren Smale pushing this towards the boundary. And it was a powerful shot. Beats Emily Windsor. That'll be 4.
Yeah, it's a long chase out there. There's another 20 metres plus to go and fetch that one back in. Past the four-wheeler.
$240 for 2. Down in Hampshire, Essex finished their 50 overs 265 for 8. Slapped into the ground and pops up a smell. I managed to get 1 in the end. And Somerset have just started their response to Yorkshire's 178 all out down in Taunton. Sorry, still going on 340 for 6.
Oh dear me.
With just over 3 overs remaining. Aerial from Gabby Lewis, who looks for a second but will be satisfied with 1. Seren Smelt drives us straight for 1. 243 for 2. Gabby Lewis once again in the air, this time coming back for 2. Moves to 115.
Yeah, it was better running. I thought there was 2 the last one actually that went out there.
Lewis down the ground on this occasion, just for 1. And that will wrap up the over. 41 gone, 7 remain. 246 for 2.
Yeah, it's another solid over, isn't it, from a Lancashire point of view? 10 from it. Bright and breezy here in Chesley Street. And that's probably the way to describe Lancashire's innings as well. They've been excellent so far. Fantastic contributions from Lewis, who's still there on 116, and Jones put on a monster partnership to give them a great platform here to launch in the last 7 overs. Maddie Villiers back into the attack. That's swept away. Beautiful manipulation there. There's 2 fielders in the circle behind square on the leg side. And she was helped with the delivery, but she worked across the crease and swept that away for 4. Brings up the 250 now for Lancs. Well and truly in control of this first round match of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. A cup that they are defending. They are the holders. And they're showing why here early doors in Chesley Street. And this one's pulled away out into the deep. It'll bounce and beat Emily Windsor out in the deep. I think they're going to have to change the field here. Got an off spinner bowling to just one person out in the deep on the leg side. But the reason that they've got that field is because of a reverse sweeping earlier in her innings has forced them to put two women even, behind square on the offside. So she's getting reward from some excellent batting earlier in her innings, and she's cashing in right now.
$254 for 2. Yeah, it's just a discussion with Holly Armitage going on. I'd be surprised if they don't change the field, but I also appreciate it's a slight dilemma of, well, she's going to score runs either way, so what do you try and protect?
I guess she could maybe come around the wicket if she was going to do that, but yeah, they've been forced into that change now. There's only 4 in the circle. Thank you, Holly. Bringing up mid-off now into the circle. Well done from the captain. And this is hit in the air. And it will land safe out to Emily Windsor. Like I say, there's some huge pockets out here on the leg side. I'll pick up another couple. So already 10 from this over. This one's hit down towards long on. Can Turner get there? She won't. And again, it's excellent running from Smale. As soon as that ball was hit, she's thought 2. Touched and turned and come back. And you talked about athleticism of Lewis earlier. She's still out there running hard. She's 128 now. And she'll just comfortably jog a single here. And get to the other end and have a little breather. But already 13 from this over, 1 ball remaining. And this total is imposing. It's just asked for a drink now. Bless her.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Thoroughly earned. Tossed up and driven out through the covers, and she's going to have to run another 2 here. And she does so well. So she'll go and grab herself a little drink. Lancashire will be 200. And sorry, that brings up the 50 partnership already. 261 for 2. That 50 partnership is off just 39 deliveries. It's exactly what the blueprint even of Lancashire's innings would be. They'll really want to accelerate. We saw Jones sacrifice her wicket in the pursuit of quick runs at the end. And this partnership has certainly picked up from where that left off. 6 overs remaining. 261 for 2. Lewis, 129. Not out.
She's now the highest scorer of the day, because Danny White-Hodge was out on 124.
There you go.
Phoebe Turner for her last over. We'll restart her run up. Six overs remaining. Lewis tries to have a bigger swipe, doesn't make the contact she would have wanted, but a slight edge into the leg side. Smale now on strike, 18 from 23. Down the ground for a quick single. 263 for 2. Turner once again slightly fuller and guided up by Gabby Lewis for 1.
Little football spoiler that Bournemouth have gone 2-1 up against Arsenal.
Turner again, but it's a wide.
So that's keeping people in Manchester interested in the title race. Making me smile. I'm a huge admirer of Arteta. Not.
Turner once again.
Oh, that is a swing.
Hands on her head.
That's a shot I want to see getting played at this time of the innings. That is agricultural. I like it.
65 for 2. Smale hoiking this into the leg side for a single. Lewis is dismissed. 131 from 115, and Phoebe Turner has the breakthrough.
Yeah, last ball of a spell, Polly. She's got probably a just reward there. I think she's been the pick of the Durham bowlers today, but what an innings from Lewis.
And dismissed whilst trying to be aggressive, and I think that's the best way to go. She was doing exactly what she needed to do and has built Lancashire an incredible platform to just finish up those last few overs.
Yeah, standing ovation from the crowd, rightly so. Been a superb innings from her and has put Lancashire on the path to a big score. There's still 5 overs remaining. 266 for 3. And that's one of the best innings that I've witnessed in women's cricket. That
it's a fantastic innings, and what a way to start your season.
Yes, certainly sets a marker down, Polly.
Definitely. Captain Ellie Threlkeld to come to the crease for the final 5 overs.
Katie Levick, ball in hand. Threlkeld got all the duties. Captain, wicketkeeper. Another reverse sweep, and this one finds the gap again. Gorgeous shot to meet the first ball of Katie Levick's new spell. And Smale hits that away for 4. 270 now for 3.
Sorry, we're on 378 for 8.
Goodness me.
They still have...
Who's going nuts at the end there? This one's chipped away into the leg side. I'll just get the single there as Maddie Villiers does the fielding.
Jemima Spence scored 79 from 48. which
just
is
doesn't
brilliant
stop,
because she hasn't had much time in the middle over the last few years. She tore her ACL in her final year of school and then was out for a bit. So brilliant to see her back. And yeah, oh, poor Warwickshire.
Sweeping down the leg side. Tidy take from Wilson. No wide given. It's cut away by Threlkeld to get off the mark. And just like the men, there's a real crop of wicket-keeper batters in women's cricket for England at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, Ellie Threlkeld was on the tour to South Africa, as well as Rihanna Southbeat down at Hampshire.
Great running again.
Yeah, you've also got Bess Heath as well, who's been around the England setup, and next generation, Jemima Spence.
Oh, right across the stumps. Gets out of the way. Point beat the fielder at 45, which is Emma Marlowe. Bit of a wild throw, but there you go. 8 off the over. Lancashire closing in on 300. 274 for 3 now. 4 overs remaining. And Levick has none for 62 from her 9.
I think it will be Sophia Turner.
Yeah, you bang on.
To continue.
Phoebe Turner picking a wicket up of the last ball of her spell, and deservedly so, for me being the pick of the bowlers. Sophia Turner back in. Should have had 2 wickets.
Yeah. It was a big moment that I mean, Lancashire had already done a lot of damage by them, but
True.
But, you know, it would still have made a difference if that catch was taken. Turner to Threlkeld. Works this square. They're pushing for 2, running really hard. Full length dive by Threlkeld in the end, who's back safely.
Excellent running again. Another feature of the innings.
Threlkeld facing a former teammate who, Sophia Turner, came through the Lancashire system as a teenager. $276 for 3. Threlkeld got bottom edge and cross onto the leg side, just for 1. Smell on 26 from 29. It's Turner in past the umpire. Pushed into the offside, just for 1. Threlkeld chips it up in the air on the leg side, and it will go all the way for 4.
That's the thing there. Sophia Turner's going to slower balls here. You don't want to be too predictable. was hammered away, that by Threlkeld.
282 for 3. Lofted once again by Threlkeld, will find the fielder, but they're scampering for 2. It's actually relatively safe in the end. So Smale is pretty quick between the wickets.
Yeah, it's great running.
Down the ground from Threlkeld. 285 for 3.
We've got 3 overs left. And Armitage is going to change it up. Catherine Fraser with ball in hand. We might have got our answer on Filer's restrictions. She's bowled 5 overs so far. There's none for 31. Fraser into the attack. 5 overs, none for 22 so far for her.
Surrey's innings has concluded on 389 for 9.
Get on with it.
So Warwickshire needs 390 to win.
Just a lazy 390. Across the stumps and wide given. The best part of 8 and over to start your innings.
Somerset are 32 for 2 after 5 in response to Yorkshire, so that could get interesting there.
Oh, this is chipped in the air and it's not going to carry. Yeah, I think that'll be a tight game.
Yeah.
Bit of a fumble and they get through for a second.
Yeah, Heather Knight out for 5.
It's a huge wicket.
Crucial.
Down the pitch and punch down the ground for a single. I'm just getting a little bit sloppy here towards the back end of the innings. Reverse attempted, brilliant take by Wilson. Down the ground and slapped. And skimming down to long on. Can Fraser get out of the over without conceding a boundary here? 2 balls remaining. And there's a wicket. Just held the pace back there and Fraser gets the wicket. 290 for 4. Threlkeld in the dash for runs at the end goes bowled for 15. And Durham get a little bit of joy at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, you'd suggest it's a bit too late, but a wicket's a wicket. So I'm sure Durham will very much take it. I mean, also it's about momentum towards the back end of the innings, and if Durham can go into the break knowing, okay, we've taken a few wickets, we've done well to pull it back. Perhaps then the momentum is a little bit more on their side when they go to bat.
Yeah, that is important. You're 100% right there, and that's what I was just saying. There was a misfield, and there was not a nice throw in there. The things that you can control. So can you just grab a wicket, grab a run out, grab just a little bit of magic to take into that second innings to give you some momentum. You're 100% right. At the moment, the momentum is all with the Red Rose. 290 for 4. 1 ball remaining in over number 46. And again, just to reiterate, it is a 48 overs per side match, so there's 2 overs remaining after this delivery. This one again is hit down the ground. Morris, the new batter, to the crease. Ends the over, 291 for 4. Morris will retain the strike. Lancashire will be targeting 310 here.
Yes, Sophia Turner coming back to bowl her 9th. V. Morris has to go for 1. That's a superb bit of bowling from Sophia Turner.
Just made me nervous there. Umpire Simon Widdop, a little bit after that, just put his arm out, but he was asking for the ball to be thrown back to him.
I was very confused then.
Did you see that as well?
Yeah, I was like, oh, he signalled a no ball,
Yeah.
but
It was
V. Morris
weird.
was off, everyone was celebrating.
I was almost wondering whether the square leg umpire had like signalled something, but yeah. Thankfully, from a Durham point of view, that isn't the case, and Sophia Turner picks up her 2nd wicket.
Yeah, you can't stick your arm out like that. Just
It was bad, wasn't it?
for the wicket. 291 for 5, so a slight slump towards the end of this innings for Lancashire. Sophia Turner picking up her 2nd wicket of the day. Elsa Lister, a Scotland international, joining Seren Smale in the middle. Lister has a swipe at it and will get off the mark immediately with a single.
It's good fielding and the covers from the skipper.
Turner in again and guided by Smale. 293 for 5. Smacked back down the ground for 4 by Elsa Lister. She's come out to the middle and has played 2 pretty confident strokes. 297 for 5, Lancashire are now.
Quality shot, targeting straight down the ground.
Turner just restarting her run up, 2 balls left of the over. Lister has a big swing, but it will take off the bails. And that's 3 wickets now for Sophia Turner, picking up 2 at the back end of this innings.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. getting some reward fee. She's come with a plan in the last couple of spells to bowl lots of slower balls and to bowl straight. And yes, she has been a little expensive, but she's getting some rewards here with 3 wickets. And doing exactly what a captain wants her to do, which is to try and as you said, Polly, try and take some momentum into that second innings. Second wicket of the over.
Brings Kate Cross to the middle. $297 for 6. Turn it in again and starts with a wide. So we'll have to re-bowl to wrap up the over.
It's the 21st wide of the innings.
Worked into the leg side. Really fast between the wickets. Seren Smell comes charging down.
She was running no matter what happened there, wasn't she?
299 for 6 at the end of the over.
I think she ran in faster than Sophia Turner. Last over. Lancashire 299 for 6. Seren Smales crept up to 29. She's done a lot of selfless running for her partners as well. Fraser to bowl the last over. Cross across. And misses. Fraser does not miss. And another wicket for Durham. 299 for 7.
It's 4 wickets in the last
3 overs?
Yes, 3
Yeah.
two and a bit.
Yeah. Fraser picked up 1 and then Turner picked up 2 in the last over. So yeah, and hopefully from a Durham point of view, they'll pick up a couple more in this last over and keep that score down. It's already a hefty score, 299 on the board. And just Sophie Eccleston strolling to the crease now, who's normally pretty aggressive anyway, let alone with full licence and 5 deliveries remaining in the innings. Just shows the depth of that batting lineup. Goes for the reverse first ball. That looks absolutely dead and he's gone. And Fraser is on a hat-trick. Eccleston comes and goes and leaves without scoring. 299 now for 8.
This has been fantastic work at the back end of the innings by Durham. I mentioned that thing about momentum, but it feels like they're absolutely squashing Lancashire at the end. And I don't know how much difference it will make, but to walk back up to the dressing room having taken 5 wickets in the last couple of overs, it definitely makes a difference.
They're with a chance of bowling Lancashire out here. And incredibly, Norris is ready. If that was me in the change, I'd be probably gone down and had lunch by now. But Tara Norris is out there. She's in on a hat-trick ball. But Lancashire still in a very healthy position on 299 for 8. But Durham just reminding them that they are in a contest here. Get a slip in. There's one slow hand clap out there and trying to build the tension for the hat-trick ball. Oh, drives. Is it a team hat-trick? The hit. Oh. Armitage shies and misses. One of the rare misses today. And that brings up the 300 for Lancashire. It's been an outstanding innings so far. Front-loaded with contributions from Jones. And a magnificent century from Gabby Lewis. Turner does the fielding to think about a second and turn that down, and rightly so. 2 balls left in the innings. 301 for 8. This one's cut away. Good fielding. Really good fielding there, preventing a boundary. Last ball on Fraser. All of a sudden, there's very tidy figures of 3 for 31. Another reverse sweep. This one straight to the fielder. And that will bring a close to the Lancashire innings on 303 for 8. An innings built on a couple of excellent partnerships, but the one especially between Jones and Lewis. The highlights, an excellent innings from Jones. She finished on 82. But Gabby Lewis, the absolute star of the day, with 131 off 116 balls with 16 boundaries. For Durham, they got some late joy. Sophia Turner picked up 3 for 67. Catherine Fraser, 3 for 29. For me, the bowler of the day so far has been Phoebe Turner. She picked up 1 for 48. Maddie Villiers picked up the wicket for Durham. But Durham will be back in around 25 minutes. Durham needing 304 for victory. Well, welcome back to Durham's reply in pursuit of 304 for victory here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Round 1 of the Metro Bank One Day Cup here. Umpires on their way out to the middle along with Durham openers Emma Marlowe and Talia Wilson. The Lancashire fielders there huddling up. They'll be happy with life with 300 plus on the board. And Polly, Durham have a lot of work to do, but they saw the blueprint with partnerships.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, and Gabby Lewis was exceptional with her 131 from 116, and that partnership with Eve Jones at the top of the order was fantastic. So they've seen how to do it. Whether they can replicate it is another thing. I will say they did have that bit of momentum at the back end of the innings, taking quite a few wickets, almost bowling Lancashire out, which seemed miles away just a few overs before.
Sure did.
Lancashire have good depth and strength in their bowling, so it won't be easy for Durham. But first game of the season, they've got a strong batting lineup. I'm excited to see Talia Wilson for the first time. If she can start well with Emma Marlowe, then we could be on for a very exciting game.
Yeah, absolutely. Talia Wilson from New South Wales in Australia. So bizarrely, her and I are from the same small town, place called Albion Park, and her father and my father played cricket and hockey together. So that's a bit of a weird connection. I haven't weirded her out with that information as of yet, but if anybody from Albion Park's watching back at home, I hope you're all doing well. Talia Wilson looks like she's going to be on strike for the first ball. Open the batting with Emma Marlowe.
Kate Cross to open the bowling for Lancashire from the Lumley end. 304 to win. Starts with a wide. Feels appropriate for this game with the amount of wides that were signalled during Durham's innings.
Yeah, indeed. That's something that Durham won't be overly impressed about, and something that they can improve on rapidly for their next fixture.
Cross in again to Wilson. A couple of hands on heads. Maybe thought there was an edge and it carried. Got a slip in place with Eve Jones next to Ellie Threlkeld. Defensive from Wilson, and there'll be another dot ball. Cross in again. This one racing towards the boundary, and it will go for 4. Signalled as leg byes. So Lancashire also starting to struggle with extras, as Durham did, in particular at the start of their innings.
Yeah, they won't mind how that first boundary's come, will they? That's off the backside. Any way they come is gratefully received at the moment for Durham.
Cross pulling out of her run up.
Yeah, that wind gusting across the ground. Kate Cross being a great servant to English cricket over a long period of time. Still no doubt feels that she has something to offer English cricket.
Wilson will get off the mark. Put a little nudge into the offside. Backward of point. 6 without loss.
Emma Marlowe, top scorer 37 in last year's competition. Should be looking to improve on that. Had a good hit out the other day against Warwickshire. Clean striker of the ball.
Cross running in past the umpire. This one's guided really nicely by Marlowe. It will be 4 to start and get her off the mark. A lovely shot.
It's a gorgeous bit of timing from Marlowe. She got the width. Didn't try and overhit it, just used the timing. That one raced away for 4 through cover point.
Well, this is a fantastic start for Durham.
They're flying here. What's the issue?
Going at a run rate of 12 and the required run rate's just over 6. This will be a piece of cake.
It's a high quality shot that from Emma Marlowe. Give her some confidence.
Marlowe just nudges this one, but will take the single.
There have been some interesting chat around selections for Durham as they ended the over 11 without loss. You've got Mia Rogers missing out. So yeah, there have been some interesting chats. It's as strong as batting lineup as I've seen from Durham. You've got Marlowe, Wilson, Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Turner, Fraser, Turner. So there's lots of batting in this Durham lineup.
It is a strong batting lineup. I think I certainly noticed last season there was a bit of a reliance on Susie Bates, which I think is natural when Susie Bates goes into any team. So I suppose it's slightly about who's going to fill that void and who's going to step up in those situations. Holly Armitage was exceptional last season, as you would expect.
Yeah.
But it's about those players around her supporting. I suppose Emily Windsor is now fully fit. She wasn't fit for the start of last season, so that's definitely a benefit having her in there. Tara Norris, the USA international, opening from the Finkel end.
A left arm swing. And there is a little bit of shape there immediately for Norris. You mentioned that there's a Norris, there's a Morris, there's another Morris that isn't playing as well. Yeah, so
we've got a Jones and a Jones that isn't playing. We've got 2 Turners.
Trying to catch us out early in the season, which isn't difficult for me at the best of times, if I'm honest. Nice swing and nice shape through the leg side from Emma Marlowe. As this one's going to threaten the boundary. I think it'll be just hauled in by Sophie Eccleston, and Marlowe turns and comes back for a well-run 3. It was a nice delivery with a bit of swing back into the right-hander, and well played by Emma Marlowe.
14 without loss.
Brings Wilson on strike. You can see that they're happy with the swing there. They've got a catching mid-wicket and another fielder in front of square on the leg side. Wilson drives but won't beat the fielder there in the covers. This one's whipped away and we'll find the gap in between those 2 fielders. It's another chase for Eccleston. And Wilson will pick up a couple. That wind again absolutely howling across the ground.
Yeah, the blue skies are deceptive. It is probably absolutely Baltic out there.
Yeah. I can confirm it is fresh. I know Stevie's been up on the gantry. Now we've sent Ross up there. The wind will go over Ross's head, which will be absolutely fine. But I can confirm after chasing some reasonable chocolate selections that it is fresh outside. Wilson solid in defence. 5 so far from this second over. Yeah, the Yorkie with raisin and biscuit just wasn't cutting it for me, so little mercy dash out to the back to the vending machine.
It's a slightly out there choice to put in in a sandwich bag.
And that ends the second over. 5 from it. Durham has 16 without loss. Well, I guess I can understand it being in one of the sandwich bags, so somebody was kind of unlucky with that choice.
There is always that one person.
Yeah, and hopefully that was going to be Stevie. But, you know, throw a Mars bar or something else in. But there you go. First world problems.
Yeah, it's free food. Can't complain.
I'm still whinging.
16 without loss, and Kate Cross will start her second over. Marlowe drives this one really nicely, beats the diving fielder inside the ring. It's heading towards the boundary, although a fielder will cut it off. Tara Norris manages to catch up with it as it slows up in the outfield. But really good running, 3 from it.
That's another nice shot from Marlowe. Bit of a misfield there, but Durham won't mind that one bit. So it keeps that scoreboard ticking over. 19 now. And almost matching Lancashire with their fast start.
Wilson defends this one straight back to Cross. It's probably been a bit of a whirlwind few weeks for Talia Wilson.
Yeah.
Making her Australia debut, then coming over here and signing for Durham.
Yeah, she probably thought she's going to have a couple of weeks holiday in the Caribbean.
Yeah. As Cross is in again. This one
might have lost a bin there, I think, by the sound of it. Or it's Ross has fallen off the balcony up there.
20 without loss. Yeah, I think the rest of the Australia team were in New York for a couple of weeks. I think some of them are still there.
I did see a big party in an Aussie pub in New York.
New York.
Yeah.
I know where I'd rather be.
Yeah, right here, Paul.
Exactly. Marlowe, 11 from 5. It's been driven, but straight to a fielder. No misfield this time.
It started off with a slip, and that slip is no longer in place. It's really reinforced offside. You've got 5 fielders from backward point around to mid-off. A third also in place.
Yeah, it was Eve Jones, in fact, that did the fielding there, who was the slip initially. Cross running past the umpire. A few gasps.
A little bit of swing there for Kate Cross. Not as pronounced as what we've seen from Norris from the other end with the left arm. Both of them using that strong breeze that's going across the ground.
Final ball of the over. And again, similar to the previous ball. Couple of gasps as well. And that wraps up the over 20 without loss, so just 4 from it.
Yeah, and the disappointing part of that from Cross's point of view was that 3 of them were from a misfield, so it was a much better second over from her. .20 without loss, Durham. Wilson on strike on 4. Emma Marlowe already into double figures on 11. Very watchful, Talia Wilson. There'll no doubt be a few nerves. First opportunity for her to show her stuff in Durham colours, and like you've alluded to, with the World Cup on the horizon, get used to these English conditions. Oh, and that nips back and knocks her off stump right out of the ground. Beautiful delivery from Norris. And Wilson goes. Durham lose their first wicket with 20 on the board.
That was cinematic almost, the way that the stump just uprooted itself and flew out of the ground. Probably flew about 1.5 meters or so.
Yeah, a bit further than that, I think, Paul.
Yeah.
Hit the top of off stump and, like you say, uprooted the off stump. And not one that you want to turn back and have a look and see how far it went as a batter. You just tuck the bat under your arm and walk off.
It was quite impressive and important for Lancashire as well. Durham had started pretty well.
Not the start Durham were wanting there, losing their overseas player in the 4th over. 20 runs on the board, and Norris strikes with an absolute beauty.
I think there's quite a bit of pressure as well when you're the overseas signing, because you know you're the one that's going to come in and make a big impression or whatever. And I think also following up from Susie Bates, they're big shoes to fill. And
Indeed.
I think you know that is a tough role, but having Talia Wilson here over a long period of time will give her plenty of opportunities to showcase what she can do and contribute. So it's she'll be frustrated, but in the grand scheme it doesn't matter. She's got plenty more chances.
Holly Armitage is the new batter to the crease, the captain, with lots of work to do here. Spent a lot of the off-season over in South Australia. She nudges this into the offside and will pick up 1 and turns back and comes back for an excellent second run. There was never really 2 there, but slight misfield under the pressure of how quickly she set off. And we mentioned that was a feature of the Lancashire innings, was there running between the wickets. We've seen similar intent so far there from the Durham captain. Last ball of over number 4. Durham 22 for 1. And Armitage up tall and punching this one back to the bowler. That ends the over. A wicket taking over for Norris. She has 1 for 7. And Durham at 22 for 1. Armitage on 2 and Marlowe on 11.
A really, really good over from Lancashire. Just the 2 runs plus the wicket. Kate Cross will start her 3rd over from the Lumley end.
They've just got bases covered, haven't they? They've got that right armour opening the bowling, left armour opening the bowling.
Cross to Marlowe. He defends for no run.
It's just, about creating... Cricket is, creating different angles. They've got left arm spin, right arm spin. There's a lot to like about this Lancashire side, isn't there?
Yeah, and I know they won't have Sophie Eccleston for the whole season, and she'll probably be around for a couple of weeks, but, today she can bowl maybe 10 overs, at least 5 or 6, and she'll often be very economical and probably take wickets at the same time. Looks like that's been slightly nudged by Marlowe. 23 for 1. Yeah, they've got a lot of seam options. You've got Grace Potts down in front of us as well. When she's fit and available, Mihika Gore as well. But it's also their spin department. There's so much depth. You've got Darcy Carter and Hannah Jones who aren't playing today. Liv Bell as well. Crossing again.
How was that missed?
Cross has got her hands on her head. She can't believe it either.
So close to the off stump. Threatened to swing away and just shape back. A little bit off the seam.
Armitage facing, flicks this backward as square, and it will go for 4. Just about. Seren Smell tries to cut it off, but a boundary for Armitage.
Yeah, just over pitch there. Nicely tucked away by the captain.
What I think is really interesting about this Lancashire side is they're pretty much the same side that were North West Thunder, Lancashire Thunder, the various names they had, who were known for not being very good. And suddenly this Lancashire side appear in 2025 and win 2 trophies. I'm like, congrats guys, because it's quite a turnaround. Cross in again, and this is defended by Armitage. They weren't kind of wooden spoon level bad, but against most teams you think, okay. On paper, they look great, but they, particularly with the bat, actually, they'd really struggle. I think the addition of Eve Jones has made such a difference. Her coming up from what was Central Sparks, then turned to Warwickshire, and having that opening combo with Emma Lamb has definitely made a difference with the bat. Armitage works us into the leg side. That'll be another boundary. Good from the captain.
And that's what they've got to keep doing, Durham. Just try and transfer that pressure back on to Lancashire there. A couple of over pitch balls towards leg stump. Really nicely tucked away by Holly Armitage. 31 for 1 after 5. Just keeps them right on track. Play also back underway down at Bristol. Gloucestershire 14 for 1 in reply to Durham's 605 for 5 declared. Norris to continue. Left arm over the wicket from the Finkel end. It's been a lovely start for her. One for 7 so far to her name. little bit of swing for her back into the right-hander. Nicely played, nicely fielded. Just ran that one across the right-hander. Nicely played by Marlowe, but couldn't beat the diving stop. Out there in the field, I think that might have been Emma Lamb at backward point. The same three players in play again.
Yeah, it's a really nice bit of fielding. I like how low Emma Lamb gets when she's walking in. Just means she's very agile and low to the ground.
Again, nice timing from Marlowe, but straight to the fielder. Just a little word in her ear from the captain. It's coming down. And just reinforcing that offside. Looks like that swing pretty much has gone already. Just looking to angle the ball across the right-hander. So just reinforcing the offside field. Seren Smale going across from the leg side to off. And that promotes a gap and a misfield. Bit harsh on a misfield, but diverted it away from Sophie Eccleston and allowed Marlowe through for a single. Would have been a great camera save in a game of football.
.32 for 1. Armitage on 10. Marlowe on 13.
And again, angle across the right-hander. No timing from Holly Armitage. That ends the over. 32 for 1 after 6. And you'll see on the bottom of your screen there, you've got the win and score predictor, and Durham are at 3% currently.
Marvellous.
It's a bit harsh, but there you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they have a 3% chance of winning. I think that's... If you look at the current run rate and the required run rate, I think that's quite dramatic.
Although it already has jumped over sixes, as you would expect. 6.5 and over now, so it's going to be a tough ask for Durham. They've got their captain at the crease, along with Emma Marlowe. They need to establish a big partnership, but the clouds have now started rolling in as well.
Kate Cross is back, and this is driven really nicely by Marlowe. Just a textbook straight drive down the ground for 4.
Yeah, we saw some beautiful square cuts earlier in the day from Gabby Lewis. And any girls and boys watching out there, this is how you play a straight drive. Beautiful shot from Emma Marlowe, presenting the full face of the bat. Back just past the stumps and down the ground for 4.
Cross in once again, worked into the leg side. Bit of hesitancy from Marlowe, so there will be no run. Marlowe on 17 out of run a ball. Just defends.
Just hang a little bit low, that one.
Yeah. Those clouds are quite dark. I like to think they're just moving over.
Yeah, the wind will keep blowing them through. There is a little bit more blue sky away to the west where the wind's coming from.
Cross in again and played with a straight bat, but there'll be no run. Oh, interesting, there's rain down at, I think, Edgbaston for Warwickshire, Surrey. I wonder what the DLS score is. There's Kate Cross through action again, and it's been pushed into the
There's a bit of rain here as well, actually. There's a couple of spots out there, I think. Very light. Yeah, I've got it there. DLS par scores 88. And they're 58 for 1.
Yeah. Down the ground by Marlowe. So other than the boundary, a quiet over from Durham. Kate Cross just keeping things nice and tidy. 36 for 1. Yeah, Somerset Yorkshire looks like there'll be an interesting finish. Somerset needs 77 runs from the final 24 overs, but just with 4 wickets remaining.
Ooh. I'll back Yorkshire there.
Yeah.
Be Norris to continue. Back similar to the conditions that we started the day in. Blustery and breezy with a bit of rain in the air. I think whatever is in the air should blow through rather quickly. 36 for 1 Durham. Armitage into a drive, but again can't beat the field. This one will find the gap between point and cover. And there's a chase on. And it will just be a couple. Saren Smale quickly to the ball and doing the fielding. Full and kept out this time by Armitage. Right in the block hole.
.38 for 1. That required run rate is slowly creeping up.
Yeah, it is. You don't want that to get out of hand early.
No.
It's already up to 6.6, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. This one down the leg side, and it will be a wide. I guess a real noticeable difference at the moment is the amount of extras early doors. Don't know if that's a second potential wide in the innings. I'll have to have a look. Yeah, it is just the second. And again, real blustery conditions out there now. That one just shapes back in to the right armour.
Oh, I'm very glad we're indoors.
Yes. It sounds horrific.
Yeah. It's like rattling.
We do have scaffolding and several things up on the media centre. There's some repairs being done to the roof. So you can hear some rattling around out there. It isn't just me. So Armitage drives, and that will run away for 4. I'm not sure that's exactly where she intended to hit that, but she'll take it. Absolutely raced away for 4.
Yeah, Morris couldn't get to it, and then once it gone past her, Eccleston hadn't quite taken off yet.
A much needed boundary for Durham. 43 for 1. It's a real check. Almost like she was going to whip it and then decided against it and still timed it perfectly through the gap.
Kate Cross back from the Lumley end. Once again, that was a powerful shot, but straight to Gabby Lewis on this occasion.
This is that early season. I had a couple of games with my schoolgirls yesterday. We played against Durham University, and they hit a load of beautiful shots, but straight to the fielders. And you feel like you spend your whole winter, I've absolutely nailed that. I've hit this beautiful shot. But until you get those fielders out there, it's a total different world.
Defensive from Marlowe. Yeah, you can play all these lovely shots, but if a fielder's there, then there's no point. You might as well play a really ugly shot and get it past him.
Absolutely. But we've seen 4 or 5 beautiful shots from Emma Marlowe even that have been hit straight to fielders.
And on occasion there has been some misfielding, so you can capitalise off it. As Cross is running in, and that's flicked into the leg side, backward a square. Elsa Lister in pursuit, and Seren Smell do a diving stop. Be 2 in the end. Marlowe drives that straight to a fielder again.
That's another example. And that can become really frustrating as well. You feel like you're batting well, but you're not going really anywhere on the scoreboard. To be fair, she's 19 from 24, so she's not going badly. Like I say, she's hit some beautifully timed shots. And we're up to 4% on Wasp. Things are looking up.
Cross to Marlowe. Nudges that. Well stopped though by Emma Lamb. 45 for 1. Dot ball to finish the over for Kate Cross, so 45 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, 45 for 1. Run rate of 5. That run rate required just nudging up now. Well over 6.5. Going to see a change of bowling here. Is this Potts?
Yeah, Grace Potts.
It is indeed. Just trying to warm myself up there after taking a jumper off. But yep, Grace Potts into the attack. The first right arm option we'll see from Lancashire here at the Finkel end. That's nicely timed from Armitage, but we'll go straight to the sweeper out on the leg side. .46 for 1. Thinks of a single, but decides against it immediately. The same three are in play again. Nicely punched away, but again straight to the fielder. Oh, the direct hit and it's gone. That was a very risky single and probably a build-up of a little bit of dot ball pressure on Emma Marlowe, who apologises to her captain because a better bit of fielding would have seen her back in the pavilion.
Yeah, if that direct hit was like any of the ones that Durham had managed in that first innings, then that would have very much been out. And that would have been a bit of a disaster for Durham.
It's a good start from Grace Potts, just the 2 from the over and a half chance with a run out due to the dot ball pressure created. That run rate required continues to climb. Durham 47 for 1 after 10.
At the same stage, Lancashire was 62 for 1. So a decent amount of runs ahead, 15.
And you could probably throw a lot of extras in as the difference in there as well, which is the disappointing thing from Durham's point of view, the start that they allowed Lancashire to get off to with all those extras. There's a few raindrops hitting our window. Nothing too sinister to stop play, although it does, looking at the side screen, it does look a little bit heavier, and that might play into Lancashire's decision to bring on spin here, trying to rush through the overs and make sure that they get a result in. Sophie Eccleston talk about variety again. We've got left arm spin here, and not just any left arm spin, but one of the best in the world. That rain is getting heavier out there as well. Brutal conditions for cricket.
Yeah, not pleasant at all. I think maybe Talia Wilson's probably the only player today that isn't used to these conditions most of the time, as Eccleston's first ball will take a bit of punishment. Come back for a couple. .49 for one. Eccleston in again, chipped up, one-handed catch, and Emma Marlowe is dismissed for 20. That was a nice bit of fielding by Sophie Eccleston off her own bowling. One-handed, reached her arm out and grasped it from the air.
Yeah, it's good work from Sophie Eccleston, often criticised with regards to fitness, but she showed some real athleticism there, diving away to her left, taking an excellent one-handed catch off her own bowling. I suppose if you can't do it off your own bowling, don't expect anybody else to, but that's a great bit of work from the England left-arm spinner. Marlowe goes for 20, Durham 49 for 2.
Not an ideal situation for Durham at all. Maddie Villiers is coming to the crease, and she, I think, surprised a lot of people with her batting last season. She was really kind of showing her role as an all-rounder.
Yeah.
In the T20 she was good, but I thought the 50 over she put in some really, really good performances with the bat, and Durham are going to need to do that today.
Yeah, that weather looks like it's blown through already. Still not pleasant out there, but Maddie Villiers has a lot of work to do.
.255 required to win as Eccleston continues her over. Fields off her own bowling. Eccleston again, and that's nicely defended by Villiers. Looks like Yorkshire are going to beat Somerset. Somerset need 63 runs to win with 2 wickets remaining. Villiers straight back to Eccleston.
She's going to start with a wicket maiden. 1 ball left of the over. Oh my goodness.
I thought that had taken off the stumps then. That was nervy. Finishes with a dot ball. So a wicket maiden for Eccleston. 49 for 2.
Classy start, isn't it, from the England spinner, as you would expect. Putting the pressure right back onto Durham. Not just with dot balls, but a wicket. Excellent catch off her own bowling to get rid of Emma Marlowe. Just sliding the ball back in towards the stumps there. Maddie Villiers lucky to survive.
I think there's a sub-fielder on for Lancashire. I think we've got Darcy Carter on, but I'm trying to figure out who she's on for.
Potts continues. That's cut away, but won't beat Lamb at backward point. I wonder if Kate Cross has pulled the rank and gone off for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to spot who's where.
I think that's Cross with the ball now, actually.
Yeah, Kate Cross is there. You've got Cross, Potts, Eccleston, Carter, Smale. Maybe it's Lister. Can't see Lister.
Armitage, just a little walk down the crease to push this one into the gap. She'll pick up another single.
And the 50 up for Durham.
That is the 50 up in the 12th over. Durham with it all to do here. Villiers thinks about it, decides against it wisely. Maddie Villiers with a top score of 79 in last year's competition, scored 250s, averaged 31.5 with the bat. Some important contributions from her with bat, ball and in the field, a real triple threat, and one of the cricketers that you definitely come to the ground to watch. And Potts has watched a middle stump go right out of the ground. Villiers playing across the line and paying the price. Lancashire pick up their third, and Durham in real trouble at 50 for 3.
That was a lovely bit of bowling from Grace Potts, and I don't know whether those stumps are just loose at that end, but they are flying out of the ground.
Yeah, Vic likes to fill them up with water, the groundsman, so exactly that. They'd put on a bit of a show if the stumps get hit. And the stumps have been hit twice now in this Durham reply. Villiers trying to whip that away to the leg side. Goes without scoring. Emily Windsor, the new batter, to the crease. And boy, she got some work to do. Durham lose their third wicket, and the run rate required just nudges over 7 for the first time.
254 to win. They've just reached that 50 mark. That's a long way ahead.
Durham, a very young side. These are probably two of the most experienced players that Durham have. And they're going to rely on all of that experience here this afternoon. Windsor cuts that away but won't beat Lamb at backward point. Ends the over. A really nice over from Potts. Durham 50 for 3. This pair have really turned the screw since they've come into the attack. Eccleston started with a wicket made, and Potts has 1 for 3 from her 2 overs.
Yeah, you've got two very economical bowlers at either end, which just makes it so difficult because there's not that relief at the end of the over. They're going to scamper for 1.
Just sliding that ball back into the right-hander, Sophie Eccleston.
Eccleston into Windsor's a big shout. The umpire's not interested. There'll be a dot ball. Eccleston shouting again. There's a lot of support from her teammates, but not interested.
Yeah, that one looked a better shout. I still think the ball's sliding in.
It's building pressure nonetheless. Emily Windsor yet to get off the mark. Windsor this time doesn't. Slight nudge into the leg side in front of square. 52 for 3. This one played nicely by Armitage. We'll just take the one in the end. Eccleston through a action, driven straight back to it, fumbles it, but there'll be no run. So that concludes the over. 53 for 3 after 12. That required run rate just going up ever so slightly.
Cut away. Out for a single. Lancashire continuing to squeeze here. 54 for 3. That run rate required continues to climb. This one tucked away into the leg side by Windsor, and she'll pick up a single. .55 for 3. Beautiful shot from Armitage, but it'll just be the single out to the sweeper on the leg. Sorry, on the offside. That fielder comes in now for Windsor, trying to put the squeeze on. Windsor solidly in behind that one. Cut away. Oh, good stop. Emma Lamb dives away and gets a right hand to that. Thought that had just beaten her and might have run away for 4 there. That's really nice fielding. Just continues to build the pressure on this Durham pair. One ball left in over number 14. 57 for 3 on the board. That again is hammered away. And another excellent diving stop in the deep. That's brilliant fielding. Really good fielding. Is that Smale out there? You've got better eyes than me.
Yeah, I think that's Smale.
It was outstanding work, diving away to a left, and then the throw was like a rocket in over the stumps. Good running from Armitage. Gets 2. Durham end over number 14 on 59 for 3. Holly Armitage on 23. Emily Windsor on 3.
Yeah, Smale's been really good on the boundary. Just protecting there. But yeah, overall I've been very impressed with Lancashire's fielding. Addie Threlkeld, as always, behind the stumps. Superb. Eccleston back into the attack, and there's a shout from her first ball. It's been a couple like that today.
She's got a magnet into that shin at the moment.
Driven down the ground by Windsor for no run. Elsa Lister is back on the field now. Can tell by her distinctive spikes, a baby blue colour. She had bright pink ones last season, I remember. That's driven straight to a fielder by Windsor for no run. So another dot ball in this over. Windsor 3 from 11 as this one's chopped into the ground. She's going to run for a quick single. .60 for 3. Eccleston takes a few steps. Armitage came forward to try and attack that, but it will go straight to a fielder. So just the one run from this over so far.
Yeah, really strangling Durham here.
It's exactly what Eccleston does. You bring her on and it's just dot ball after dot ball. Armitage 23 from 25. Oh. Chipped up in the air, and that should be gone, and it will be taken. That was Gabby Lewis, I think, with the catch to dismiss Holly Armitage.
Yeah, she misjudged it at first, and I thought she'd run under it.
I thought that it should have been quite a regulation catch, but she came a bit too close, had to lean back in the end, slightly over her head.
Ended up taking a one-handed catch.
That's made things a lot more difficult for Durham.
Indeed, in big trouble, Durham. 60 for 4 as the captain goes off. That brings Bess Heath to the crease. Armitage going for 23. You've got to feel that that wicket is just a result of pure dot ball pressure.
Yeah, it was really good work either end with Eccleston and Potts just putting the squeeze on.
Eccleston 2 for 3 from 3 overs. It's being brilliantly supported by Potts, who has 1 for 9 from 3 overs. And Polly, you're one who writes the scores down after each over. I bet that's looking even more grim
we've
now
got
for Durham.
60 for 4 versus 88 for 1. So 2 very different pitches.
Windsor guides this down to third for a single. I think the wasp is dead. Haven't seen the wasp on the bottom of the screen for a while.
No, I haven't seen it for a bit. Haven't wanted to ask.
Yeah. That run rate required is up to 7.4. 2 new batters at the crease. Bess Heath about to face her first ball. Just subtly into position. Heath cuts away. She'll get at least 1. And she'll come back for 2. What you will see is some rapid running between the wickets from this pair. .63 for 4. Nicely guided down to third by Heath. Sets off but will settle for the single. Well, better news from Bristol as Durham have picked up their second wicket. Charlesworth caught at second slip by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Matthew Potts. 39 for 2 now Gloucester. Big call of weight on by Emily Windsor. Ends the over with a dot ball. Durham 64 for 4 in pursuit of 304 for victory. That's looking a long way off right now. 16 overs done. Just a reminder, they only have 48 overs as well to knock that score off. But at the moment, Lancashire well in control with Potts and Eccleston really strangling this Durham batting lineup.
Yeah, a third of the way through the innings, and it just feels a long way away from being enough. 240 runs required still to win. And I mean, the DLS is always a decent indication of where a team ran. That's 154. So, very far away.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I hadn't even looked at that, if I'm honest.
I hadn't until now, really, and was shocked as Eccleston's back into the attack and starts with a dot ball, as per usual.
Yeah, 2 for 3 off 3.1 so far.
Heath unable to get that away, so a second dot ball. Yeah, you just see the run rate drop below 4.
Yeah.
And the required one just climbing up through the 7s.
Yeah, they're going in the wrong direction for Durham.
Eccleston again, and Heath rocks back.
People just find her length hard to pick, don't they, Sophie Eccleston? She challenges the stumps most of the time. She's a really world-class operator. Oh.
Again, just making it really tricky for the batter. Building that pressure as well.
Just dropping mid on out now to long on, just to try and get out of the over.
Worked into the leg side by Bess Heath, so they'll get a single. .65 for 4. Windsor now on strike and chips that in the air full safely, but won't be able to get a run. So the over finishes 65 for 4.
4 overs, 2 for 4 now for Eccleston.
.31 overs remain. Players back underway for Warwickshire against Surrey. The rain has cleared, so Warwickshire still need just a measly 306 runs from 35 overs. Somerset need 38 runs with 2 wickets remaining against Yorkshire.
It's a lovely shot from Bess Heath. Pulled away and much needed boundary for Durham. It's probably the first poor ball we've seen from Potts. Halfway down, Bess Heath hammered it away for 4.
Durham have to take advantage of those moments because they don't come very often. As you say, it's probably the first poor ball we've seen.
Ben Rain now in the action for the lads. 3 down now, Gloucestershire.
Hampshire on course to beat Essex. Got Abby Norgrove not out on 66 from 90.
Nice drive from Heath, but straight to the fielder. A good Yorker from Potts. You've got to say it's been really impressive work from Lancashire so far today. Really from the first over, they've been in command. Got off to a flyer, even despite the early wicket of Emma Lamb. And they haven't looked back since. It was Eva Jones and Gabby Lewis who really put them to the sword. Heath drives, and that won't beat the covers. Magnificent partnership of 176 between Jones and Lewis. Really put them on their way. Jones with 82 and Lewis with a magnificent 131. And then a late collapse in the pursuit of quick runs saw Lancs get to 303. You're almost hoping that Durham were going to take momentum out of that late flurry of wickets into the second innings, but it's been again all Lancashire. So Wilson, bowled by beauty from Norris, came back and uprooted her off stump. Then Emma Marlowe was caught and bowled with an excellent one-handed catch by Sophie Eccleston. Maddie Villiers then tried to whip one across the line from Potts and lost her middle stump. And Holly Armitage, a couple of overs ago, got a leading edge and was caught by Lewis off the bowling of Eccleston. Eccleston has 2 for 4 so far, absolutely strangling this Durham batting lineup.
Eccleston back in for her 5th over. Driven down the ground. Windsor keen to scrape a run.
She is rapid between the wickets.
She's so fast.
Because that was a late call as well, and she made it easy.
Lancashire have just seemed really unfazed by every period of the game. You know, there was that time where Eve Jones looked a little bit frustrated, but she kind of just rode out the wave and kept going as he tries to turn this round the corner. Hesitates for the run, but will go for it eventually. Eccleston has her hands on her head.
Must have been close to the leg stump, that one. We don't have the best angle from where we're sat. I'm just going to have a little look on the replay. Yeah, it was far enough. Not quite a wide, not quite a... Yeah.
Windsor on strike, leans back and pushes this into the offside.
Almost playing tip and run at the moment.
Yeah. I think Windsor's intent here with the running is really, really good, because if Durham don't do that, they simply cannot win. So she has to take that risk.
Well, they've been really bogged down, haven't they, off Eccleston in particular. Oh.
Another shout from Eccleston.
Yeah, luckily a bit of bat involved there for Bess Heath. But again, I think just picking her length is the difficult thing. I see a lot of batters play her off the back foot with full balls. .72 for 4 as this one's jabbed into the leg side for no run. It's dot after dot after dot, and that wraps up the over. 72 for 4 after 29 overs remain and 232 runs needed to win. At exactly 8 and over. Yeah. So a mammoth task lies ahead. Sophie Eccleston has 2 for 6 from her 5 overs. And now we're going to see a bowling change here. We've got the captain having a chat. Looks like it'll be Fee Morris to come on. It's Fee Morris chatting to Ellie Threlkeld. So she's definitely sorting her hair for longer than I have in the last 25 years there. Yeah, it will be Fee Morris with some off spin. Didn't have a great time with the bat at the back end of last season, but was effective with the ball. Morris is in. This one's dragged down. It's pulled away, but straight out to the sweeper. The reverse flick. I don't think it was a pure sweep, but I'm going to go with a reverse flick, but it's been effective. We've seen Bess Heath reverse quite a lot over her time with us up here in the northeast, and that one runs away for 4 and a much needed boundary for Durham. Very clever with the deflections and her angles off the spin. Nice shot. And that's short. That's hammered away, but straight to the sweeper, who did not have to move. Another single. Windsor drives, and we'll pick up a single. Out to Norris in the deep. One ball left in the over. 7 from it so far. This one beats Heath. And that ends the over. 79 for 4 from 20 overs. Durham with it all to do. Run rate required is now over 8. The run rate is at 3.95. And yes, I think the Wasp is dead.
I do think, try to do some quick mental maths, that's the most expensive over since the 8th, I want to say.
There you go.
So it's been a while. Yeah, the 8th over was 7. This was also 7. As Eccleston back for her 6th. Of course, starts with a dot. 2 for 6 so far, her figures. Started where second over, I think, was a wicket maiden. That's been chopped into the ground by Windsor for no run. A slightly awkward shot from Windsor. There'll be no run. Windsor straight down the ground, but we'll find the fielder. And they're done. Eccleston just gets through her over so quickly because no one's scoring any runs, and also as a spinner. Flicked backward a square just for a single. So the strike has been rotated. Windsor up to double figures, 10 from 24. Durham 80 for 4. 224 required to win. Straight to a fielder inside the ring. Slight fumble, but they won't capitalise. So 21 overs gone, 27 remain in this 48 over a side game. 80 for 4, just 1 from the over. The required run rate above 8 now, and the actual run rate below 4.
Yeah, there's gaps getting bigger between them all the time, and that's on the back of some serious bowling from Sophie Eccleston. 2 for 7 for her from 6 overs. Crazy stuff. This one's cut away by Windsor. And they touch and go. That's excellent running. Come back for a second. Yeah, remarkable figures for Sophie Eccleston. I wonder if they take her off or whether she just bowls through. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Morris. Beating the outside edge. A little bit flatter and just skidding on. Short and hammered in the gap through extra cover and away for 4. Slapped and slapped hard from Windsor. Her first boundary of the day.
Despite how the result is highly, highly likely to go, there have been some really good moments from Durham. There's been a couple of good shots and bits of bowling we saw earlier today.
And this one will be back-to-back boundaries for Windsor. One through the offside, one through the leg side. 10 off this over so far. Windsor moves on to 16. Sorry, she moves on to 20. 90 for 4. It's but straight to Eccleston at mid-on, and that ends the over. A good one for Durham, 10 from it. 90 for 4 after 22. Windsor 20, Heath on 13. I think we are going to see a change, are we?
Yeah, I think Kate Cross.
Don't know. Eccleston marching back. No, she's.
I was deceptive.
Yeah, well, she disappeared over to mid-wicket
Yeah.
and wasn't really talking to anybody, and then just circled back and gave the umpire a cap. If I was captain, I'd bowl her straight through. But again, it's obviously pending any restrictions that she may have on her from England. But spinners don't tend to have them. Those 3 steps in a run-up. Very economical.
Eccleston in, and he tries to scoop around the corner. Take the 1. Heath just shadowing that shot again. 91 for 4. Defensive from Windsor. There'll be no run. 213 to win. Slightly mistimed shot and hesitancy. It's a bit of a shout, but Bess Heath is back safely and Windsor scrambled to the other end as quickly as she usually does.
It's just a little hesitation there, wasn't there, from Bess Heath. Did well diving to get into a ground.
Eccleston again and unable to get away.
That's that one again. No way you should be playing that off the back foot.
No.
But somehow she manages to deceive batters in length.
Once again, straight to a fielder from Bess Heath. 14 from 27.
Again, seems a lot of action in the over, but only 2 runs from it.
Yeah. Drives. Managed to get the ball outside the ring. But just the 1 run. 93 for 4. So 3 from the over.
And I think that might be her most expensive over.
Probably.
Take her off. 2 for 10 from 7. Ridiculous.
Elsewhere, Somerset Yorkshire is the game where it's all going on. Somerset need 19 to win with 2 wickets remaining.
Oh, it's a bit of a recovery.
Yeah, because it was looking like it was going Yorkshire's way.
Nail biter there.
And Hampshire need 69 runs from 9 overs with 8 wickets, so they should be fine.
Heath again reverses. Gets plenty of it. It's a good chase. Really good chase from Grace Potts down there, and they get back for 3. Heath just starting to find a bit of rhythm with her batting. Getting the scoreboard moving. She moves on to 18 now. Windsor on 21. Windsor tucks this out into the leg side. I heard a call of maybe there, but time to, well, Durham men have a 4th wicket. Ben Rain in the action again. Miles Hammond edging behind to Ollie Robinson. It's all happening down in Bristol. Not a lot happening here as Morris is in conversation with Sophie Eccleston, just about a change in the field due to Beth Heath's reverse sweeping. Just using her experience and slowing things down there, the England spinner, helping out a teammate. This time she sweeps hard. One bounce out into the deep, where Seren Smale does the fielding. Judged it nicely there. Sometimes they're difficult when they bounce off the square, but she judged it well. Just the single. That was hit like a rocket by Heath. Windsor tucking this one into the pocket on the leg side. They're touch and go. Excellent running between this pair. Just a nice little partnership starting to build between these two. As the 100 comes up for Durham. Comes up in the 24th over. And not for the first time. She beats the edge. Ends the over. 100 for 4 from 24. 24 for Windsor, 19 for Heath. As drinks will come out onto the ground, as that is the halfway point. Caught me out in the first innings, caught me out again. As this is a 48 over match. We lost 4 overs to the delayed start in the day's play.
For a bit of a comparison at the halfway stage, Lancashire were 134 for 1. So, a very different picture.
Indeed. Analyst James Keyes just running out onto the ground to have a chat with the umpire. Might be something they wear like a GoPro on the front of their jacket, so he might just be doing some maintenance. Tail of the tape so far, a magnificent century from Gabby Lewis, 131 from 116 balls, along with support from Eve Jones, who was 82. Has set Durham a mammoth 304 to chase. And that start hasn't gone to plan so far for Durham. They've lost Wilson for 4, Marlowe for 20, Armitage for 23, and Maddie Villiers for a duck. And they're 100 for 4 after 24 overs. Little partnership here building. Emily Windsor on 24, Bess Heath on 19. That partnership is at 40. But at the moment, Durham have it all to do. You normally compare the current score with that of Duckworth Lewis, and that is currently sitting at 169. So it just shows you how far Durham are behind the game at the moment. They need a further 204 to win at 8.5 and over.
It's a huge task, and as I said before, I think it's also important to remember that Lancashire are defending champions. They are one of the kind of giants within Tier 1, and we're the only team to win 2 trophies last season. And yeah, so they are the team to beat, really. Durham will face easier opposition throughout the summer than Lancashire.
They will, but they'll want to get off to a reasonable start here. What you don't want is baggage going into the second game.
Oh yeah, exactly.
They'll want to carry the fight to Lancashire for the remaining part of this game. But you're absolutely right. They are one of the powerhouses of this competition. Defending champions, and have started off in that fashion. And we're going to get a bit of respite from Sophie Eccleston, who's 7 overs, 2 for 10 so far.
Going to see a bit of Emma Lamb.
Yeah, indeed.
Bowling some off spin.
Just a luxury of options that
Yeah.
Thrill Code has.
Yeah, she can turn to the majority of her players and throw them the ball. This is worked into the leg side by Heath, who's quick between the wickets. We'll just take one. Lamb again, and that's been chipped over.
Nearly said get down there. Forgetting that I'm supposed to be semi-neutral.
Windsor slightly mishits and
She gets to treat herself.
yeah, 101 for 4.
Cricketer and physio.
Hoiked through the offside by Windsor. They're going to push for 2.
To test for a poorly little foot.
103 for 4. Driven by Windsor, straight to Eve Jones for no run. Into the leg side by Windsor. Fielded by Seren Smell, who's guarding the boundary over that. That concludes the over. 25 overs gone, 104 for 4.
Be really interesting to see how Durham approach the rest of this innings. See Norris back into the attack. Bowled nicely with the new ball. Got a little bit of swing back into the right-hander. Picked up the big wicket of Talia Wilson. That's nicely driven square of the wicket. And after the first couple of overs, she got some nice angle across the right-handers. now standing up as well. That's short. He threw the shot early. It's kind of hit her on the back elbow or back shoulder on her right arm. Shaking it off and having a little look and cracking on. She's on 20. Just feel the pressure now building on these Durham pair with every dot ball.
Yeah, the required rate almost at 9.
Mm-hmm. This is heaved into the leg side. And again, Lancashire do well in the field. It's Smale who moved across really nicely. I was expecting that to almost go one bounce for 4.
Yeah, I thought she'd kind of stick an arm out and it would go flying past, but no, it's a good,
She moved
good bit of work on the boundary.
She was electric between the wickets as well. Heath decides to repeat the dose. I think she's going to get a bit more luck this time. You could just feel something was happening there, and that brings up the 50 partnership between the pair. As Heath picks up her third boundary, she moves on to 24. Sorry, on to 26 with that 2 beforehand as well. Durham 111 for 4. Still fighting, but well and truly behind the rate.
Yeah, 193 to win. Emma Lamb is going to be back into the attack from the Lumley end. Her first over went for 4. Windsor chips this into the leg side. We'll get 1. $112 for 4 as he tries to come down the track, but it doesn't quite play the shot I think she was expecting to play.
She looked perfectly badly. I thought she chipped it straight to cover.
Yeah. Down the ground by Windsor, just for the 1. Somerset need 5 runs to win with 1 wicket remaining.
Oh, it's all happening. What a start to the season.
Yeah. This one's
Beat the field.
wicked into the leg side. Good stop just outside the ring by Grace Potts. Emily Windsor drives that straight down the ground for a single. So 4 singles so far in this over.
Yeah, Lancashire won't mind that. That's not hurting them, is it?
aerial from Bess
That's
Heath.
6 surely.
And it will be caught on the boundary.
No.
As you said, it should have been 6. But fantastic
Smale
work.
again out there.
Fee Morris
Is it Morris?
with
Sorry.
the catch. Brilliant work right on the boundary rope. I thought if she catches it and slightly tilts, it might go over.
Yeah, bit of an optical illusion for us, that wasn't it? It looked like it was 6 all the way, and then where she caught it, I thought, is she over the rope? But really well judged catch. Heath goes. Unfortunately for Durham, that ends that partnership. 115 for 5. Gone for 28, Heath. Right option, shortest boundary. Just didn't quite catch it. I thought she hit it better than what she had, actually. But Emma Lamb picks up the wicket. Well caught in the deep by Morris.
Bess Heath was caught by Fee Morris off the bowling of Emma Lamb for 28.
Somerset have won by 1 wicket.
Have they? I'm not
That
going
is
to
a
lie, that makes
mad
me smile
game.
a little bit.
Yeah, that is... Welcome to Tier 1 Yorkshire. Durham are 116 for 5.
That'll give them a bit of confidence, Somerset, moving forward.
Yeah.
Had a tough year last year.
Yeah. Yeah, Somerset and Essex really struggled, so they're the ones to keep an eye out for.
Windsor keeps ticking over. Moves on to 32 now. Phoebe Turner, the new batter, to the crease, in at number 7, with a lot of work to do. Well, it's pitched outside leg and probably hit outside leg. Saying that, we don't have the best angle here, but that's certainly what it looked like to me. Good appeal, though. That must be a favourite bat, that of Phoebe Turner's. It's got a lovely dark mark around the middle.
Oh, nice.
Little bit of confusion there with a deflection off Norris, but that gets Turner off the mark. And another over following the wicket, just 2 from that one. And the strangle continues from Lancashire. Windsor on 32. Turner on 1. Durham with it all to do here. 20 overs left. Still needing 186 to win at 9. Well, probably 9.25 and over off the top of my head.
Duckworth Lewis par score 201, if you're looking to compare the two.
Emma Lamb set to continue. So far 1 for 9 from her 2 overs. Phoebe Turner starting with a single.
Once again, lovely sunny conditions out there. Temperatures do not reflect the pictures, I can assure you.
Worked into the leg side, struck nicely, will be cut off. Lammin again, and this one down the ground for the 1 run. Paul Warwickshire need 260 runs from 26 overs with 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, I feel their pain.
Swiped away by Windsor. We'll find Sophie Eccleston though on the boundary, so just the 1. 122 for 5. The score just ticking over now with singles from this over.
Yeah, nice footwork there from Turner, coming down and controlling that one to long on.
And a dot ball to finish the over. So 123 for 5 after 29.
Norris to continue from the Finkel end. Short and pulled away by Turner out into the deep. It'll just be the single. It's 2 noises, but a pad down the leg side. Emily Windsor just tapping her thigh as well. Really nice piece of keeping that by Threlkeld. It's hit firmly to mid-on and to Eccleston's right, so good single. Again, pulled away out into the deep. hammered down the ground for 4. Power from Windsor. I think this knock is showing, and a couple at the back end of last year, how much they missed her in the early part of the season. In her 5 innings last year, she scored 2 half centuries.
100%. My first kind of impressions of Emily Windsor when she was down in the south was her just being able to finish off games and winning them for her side.
Ends the over, 7 from it. Windsor's moved on to 39. Phoebe Turner's on 630 for 5. And probably the shining light from Durham's reply is that little partnership between Heath and Windsor, and just how important Windsor's going to be to this team throughout this season. I think just in that middle order role, hopefully manipulating a run chase a little bit closer than this one.
Yeah.
But obviously that's the role that her experience is. That's what she's brought into this squad for.
It was absolutely hoiked into the leg side. It's safe in the end.
I watched that on the monitor. I was expecting that to go for 6 there, and it bounced to the fielder.
Fee Morris monitoring that boundary. So just 1 as Emma Lamb continues her over. Windsor utilising the leg side again, this time on the ground. 132 for 5. Straight back to Lamb, and she's claiming it as a catch, and Phoebe Turner is dismissed for 7, and that was a really, really low catch. I thought it had even touched the ground, which is why I was a bit surprised.
My thoughts were as well, and again I'm watching that on the monitor, and I just thought that had bounced, but obviously Turner's happy with it and turned and walked off, and it was a pretty instantaneous celebration from especially Emma Lamb.
Yeah, it was a proper just straight reaction.
Turner goes for 7. Caught and bowled by Emma Lamb, who didn't contribute with the bat, but he's turning it on with the ball. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. Catherine Fraser, the new batter to the crease. Durham 6 down for 132.
Again, Lamb taking 2 wickets. It just shows the bowling depth that Lancashire have. Lancashire have quite a few keepers in their side, actually. They've got 3 keepers, but I reckon everyone else
similar
could
to
have
Durham
a bowl.
as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Gabby Lewis has bowled in an international since, not consistently since 2018, but, I'm sure she can turn the arm over.
An embarrassment of riches.
Lamb in again and driven straight back to it.
That was a really smart catch, because that was hit quite firmly, that from Phoebe Turner. Took everybody by surprise. She just maybe hurt her fingers there, jamming between ball and pitch.
Fraser hoiks us into the leg side. There's a slight misfield. So they're going to go for a second. It's going to be run out. And that is a really poor way for Fraser to be dismissed. Just a miscommunication. Windsor was at the other end, just not even looking at Fraser, but Fraser decided to go for another.
Yeah, I think originally Windsor was keen on the second, and I'm not sure Fraser had run that first one particularly hard. I might be wrong. I'll have to have a look on the replay. But by the time that Fraser had decided that she was coming, Windsor had decided that she wasn't. You're 100% right. Miscommunication.
It's a classic situation to happen when your team are losing and you're struggling.
You're 100% right, and that is symptomatic of the day so far for Durham, unfortunately. Fraser goes run out for 1.
So Sophia Turner will come to the crease.
Incoming batter, Sophia Turner.
Yeah, you can see Windsor had almost turned her back, unfortunately, on Catherine Fraser, who had committed way too much.
Yeah, there was
either way, it was a run out, wasn't it? It was going to be one of them.
Yeah, there was the fumble, but the fumble wasn't enough to warrant another run. And actually, Fee Morris recovered it quite quickly.
She's done well out there on the boundary, hasn't she? Nice catch, and now foxing them with a little fumble and a run out.
Windsor on 40 from 55. Sophia Turner, the non-striker, just having her bat checked. Oh no, it's being used as a hammer for the stump. I was like, why are they putting it in the other way around?
The wind's just picked up and knocked the bail over, I think.
Lamon again and chipped into the leg side for a single. Fee Morris being worked hard again. And that concludes the over. 31 overs gone. 134 for 7. So 4 runs, but 2 wickets in that over.
Falling away quickly, this for Durham. As you said there, Polly, 134 for 7. Emily Windsor still there on 41. That run rate required is now at 10s. Yeah, absolutely spot on. Grace Potts is into the attack from the Finkel end. She was impressive earlier. Quick single to Eccleston, and Windsor is absolutely rapid. A little apology there, as the throw was closer to the batter than the stumps.
Hampshire look in a bit of trouble against Essex. They need 16 runs from the last 2 overs. They've got six wickets remaining, but they'll need a big penultimate over. That's good from an Essex perspective in terms of Essex struggled last season. So competing with last year's finalists.
Playing a miss from Fee Turner.
So 2 very close games today, and 2 not very close at all games.
Indeed, unfortunately we are at one of the not very close games. Although we wouldn't be complaining if the scores were reversed, let's be totally honest. Lancashire on the march to victory here. Durham 135 for 7 in pursuit of 304. Just losing a run up there, Grace Potts. Turner will get off the mark, running one down to 3rd. Brings Windsor back under strike. Windsor's on 42. She cuts that away beautifully into the offside. It will just be the single, though. More excellent fielding from Morris out there in the deep. It's been a feature, hasn't it? You've had Morris on one side and Smale on the other, and they've been absolutely rapid out there in the outfield.
Yeah, Lancashire's fielding has improved so much over the last couple of years. I've just noticed a huge difference in their agility in the field, and as you say, those players on the boundary.
So one beats the bat to finish the over. 3 from the over, 137 for 7.
$16 overs remaining, 167 runs to win. Lamb continuing, and it's been lobbed in the air on the offside. I'm going to push for 2 and do it comfortably in the end. 139 for 7. Lamb again and slashed into the leg side. Deep backward squirt. 140 for 7. Turner straight back to Lamb. No run available. Just ticking that score over, but ever so slowly. As an appeal, it's given out. LBW. Emily Windsor goes for 46. It's been such an important innings from her, and a real showcase of what she can bring to this Durham side. But it's a frustrating end.
I think she's been caught behind down the leg side there, you know, Polly. Little strangle.
Yeah.
Going to get a replay here in a moment. But yeah, 46 for Emily Windsor. Just about last rights for Durham as they're now 8 down for 141. And Emma Lamb picks up another wicket. Yeah, it is a bit of glove down the leg side.
That's really nice from Ellie Fairkeld.
Great bit of keeping.
Yeah.
Great bit of keeping. She's gone mostly unnoticed throughout the day, which is a sign of a good keeper. And then when she was needed, she stood up, took an excellent catch. Lauren Filer. The new batter to the crease with Durham 8 down. And with just Katie Levick to come. Almost the last rights here.
$141 for 8.
Emma Lamb having a nice little finish to the day here. 3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 for 22 so far. 1 ball left of this over. And she'll finish with a dot.
So we see some fireworks from Lauren Filer. Just swing that big bat. 141 for 8. Still 162 behind Lancashire. What does that say? Duckworth Lewis 276, or is it something to that effect?
Yeah, 276.
Yeah. That hill at the start has now turned into Mount Everest to climb for Durham.
Yeah.
With no shoes and no oxygen. And Grace Potts is going to continue. It's been ruthless, this, from Lancashire. Keep going back to them setting the tone, but that partnership between Jones... I forgot. Lewis? Jones and Lewis. Incredible partnership. Really set them on their way. It's a nice drive from Turner, but it won't beat the field. Having a bit of fun out there in the late afternoon. I was going to say sunshine, but it's gone a bit overcast again, hasn't it?
Still blue sky somewhere.
Yeah, there's lots of blue sky, just not really above us. Oh, was that an edge? It was a slower ball from Potts. No, it's a bye, but it was right off the finger end or the thumb. Threlkeld, and she threw the glove down. Not what you want early on in the season as a keeper, because when you're catching cricket balls every day, they just get sorer and sorer. Unfortunately, that is the hazard of the job. Guided down to third by Filer, shall we say? She'll pick up a single. Get off the mark. Beautiful shape and timing. But again, we've seen that a lot today from Durham. They've hit some wonderful shots, but straight to the fielders. It's about as good as it gets, apart from it didn't find the gap. Swing and a miss to finish the over. Just the one off the bat and the leg by. 143 for 8.
I think Lammer's going to continue. She's so far 3 for 22 from 5 overs.
Well, we're back in action here on Wednesday, where Durham host Essex here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Defensive from Filer.
And Lancashire continue their little road trip. They head down to Nottingham to take on the Blaze at Trent Bridge.
Chipped up by Filer. It's a little bit close. In fact, yeah, Essex have just lost to Hampshire. Another really close game down there. Huge shout, and it's given out.
Yep, definitely heard that edge. Emma Lamb's a little jig.
Yeah, she's celebrating. That's her 4th wicket of the day, which I think has been maybe one of the unexpected standout
of all the names on that bowling card for Lancashire, I certainly wasn't expecting Emma Lamb to take the shining light.
Filer goes for 1. Ellie Threlkeld again having another good moment behind the stumps.
It sounded like a healthy edge through our headsets anyway. Katie got his words mixed up as much as me there. Katie Levick. Durham's incoming batter, 143 for 9. Yeah, so the fixtures on Wednesday: Durham host Essex, Surrey entertain Yorkshire at the Oval, the Blaze host Lancashire at Trent Bridge, and Warwickshire versus Hampshire is at Edgbaston. So all 4 games on the main grounds, which is excellent.
That'll be Blazers' first game of the season as well, with there being 9 teams now in Tier 1.
Yeah, all games today as well on the main county grounds, which is just the way it should be.
Durham very much leading the way in that aspect.
Yeah, that was a huge part of the bid, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lamb in again, causing a few problems for Katie Levick. 143 for 9. I reckon these two can 161. Walk in the park, 12 and over. Sure.
I love your confidence, Polly.
It's another dot ball. So far, dot, dot, wicket, dot, dot. Levick yet to get off the mark. Straight back down, and that's a wicket maiden for Emma Lamb, whose figures are outstanding. 4 for 22 from 6 overs. That's brilliant stuff.
To be fair, early in the season, most of the games are at the host venues, the main county venues, which is excellent. Then I guess as the fixture list starts to get a little bit more congested, games start to move to some of the outgrounds like Portland Road and Beckenham and places as such.
Yeah, especially with the World Cup as well, using the prime venues. I think Kate Cross is going to come back,
that's
but
just greedy.
ends.
Kate Cross coming in. Durham 9 down. The Vultures circling. This is whipped away nicely by Turner. To pick up a single.
I think Lancashire want to get on the motorway. Get back soon.
You could have got a lift, Polly.
I know, it's a nightmare. I've got to drive 2.5 hours. Could just be on the coach.
Just jump on board with the girls. Sure they would have had you. Solidly in behind that one, Katie Levick. Just a couple more weeks of university life, Polly, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'm staying on to be a student. I'm going to do a master's.
Oh, yeah,
so,
of course you are.
Yeah, so I just was like, I'm not ready to stop being a student, so
Don't blame
I like
you.
it too much.
Do it for as long as you can. The real world can wait.
This is my thought. I was like, I don't want to get a proper job. I'll stay as a student.
Nice timing from Levick, but again won't beat the field. It's been nice actually for Victor Main and his ground stuff. They might actually get a day off tomorrow. Next home game not being till Wednesday. I've put some hours in over the last week with Storm Dave being around
that first county championship game against Kent here. And with the weather being around this morning, but we have played straight through, which is a little bit of a surprise. There has been some weather around, but that wind has blown it all through. Thankfully, we've got a full day's cricket in. Lancashire reaping the rewards of that so far, been outstanding today. Katie Levick thinks about a run, but then decides against it. And that ends the over. Just one from it. Fee Turner's going to change her bat. 144 for 9.
$12 overs remaining, and Emma Lamb is going to take another one of those. So far 4 for 22. Can she get a 5 foot? Defensive from Turner.
Shout of boring, I think, from the Lancashire fielders.
Chip down the ground, scampering through for 1, which is quite safe in the end. Lamb to Levick. Goes through to Threlkeld. Levick yet to get off the mark, having faced 9 deliveries. Big swing at it, and will just about be cut off before the boundary. So Levick is off the mark now. So far 2 from the over. Turner drives down the ground for no run. Pushed into the offside, and we'll wrap up the over with a single. 147 for 9 after 37.
Cross to continue from the Finkel end. Durham 9 down, 147 on the board. That one's fallen. It's whipped away into the leg side. There'll be at least one. Should be looking for 2. And Turner touches and comes back. Gets home comfortably. Huge big pocket down there. It's a fine leg. This one hit on the up nicely, but can't beat cover. Who's that in the covers? Is that Eve Jones?
Eve Jones, yeah.
Excellent start to her season, carrying on from where she left off. To 82.
Yeah, it's good to see her back. A nasty shoulder injury towards the end of the season kept her out of all the kind of fun at the back end when they won the One Day Cup. But I mean, her contributions at the start of the season put Lancashire in such a good position.
It's driven in the air, but one bounce to Potts at mid-off.
A stubborn final wicket.
Thank you to everybody who's joined us throughout the day. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage from the Banks Homes Riverside. 149 for 9. One ball left and Kate crosses over. It's driven beautifully down the ground. Eccleston dives away. Does well to stop it. Turner will keep the strike. Brings up the Durham 150 to a smattering of applause.
Emma Lamb back into the attack. 4 for 25. So time to pick up the 5th. Clip down the ground for no run. Oh, that could have been the final wicket. Just popped out her hand. I don't know how much she actually. It looked like it kind of chipped off her fingertips.
Yeah, burst through the hands.
Yeah, but that was a chance. Turner takes a swipe at this. They'll get the 1 run. Levick on strike and plays this one along the ground. They're happy to just nudge and gently run. $152 for 9. Hoiked in the air over the head of the fielder. Will drop safely. Will it be a boundary? I think it will be cut off just about.
Morris
that's
again,
a
is it?
Fantastic bit of fielding. Yeah, I think that's Morris out there.
Turner having a crack.
Lamb in and flicked. Oh, it popped up slightly awkwardly. That's Elsa Lister there. So 39 overs done. 154 for 9.
Just as if the situation wasn't impossible, Sophie Eccleston comes back into the attack. Umpire is going to stand right up to the stumps. Levick on strike to Eccleston. Negotiates the first ball. Cuts the second ball, but can't beat the field. Oh, how was that missed? That slides in, just beats the off stump. Eccleston 1 ball away from another maiden, has 2 for 10. From 7.5 overs. Been a dominant force here this afternoon. And that slow and brilliant fielding. Is there a run out? And there is. And that, I tell you what, that sums up today. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. It ends in an Eccleston maiden over and a mix-up for Durham. Ends up with Durham being all out for 154. Lancashire win by 149 runs in an utterly dominant performance here today, Polly. Like we've said all afternoon, set up by a magnificent partnership between Jones and Lewis, which set them on their way to 303, and Durham were never really in the hunt.
That partnership was the winning force, 176 runs between Gabby Lewis and Eve Jones. It was such a good platform for the other Lancashire players to build off, and yes, there was that slight collapse at the end, but what they did at the top of the order just set them up for an easy victory on the first day of the season. There were moments where Durham did fight back, as I say, that the collapse of wickets towards the end of Lancashire's innings, and in the middle order for Durham in terms of the batting, Emily Windsor I thought performed really well, but other than that it was sticky and difficult from a stubborn final wicket though, but as you say, it felt quite representative of the game today for it to finish in the fashion that it did.
So Lancashire take the points. They win by 149 runs. We'll be back on Wednesday as Essex are the visitors. Today's coverage will be Thought, Policy and the boys from the media company. That's it from Durham Live.